So glad you guys could join us. So I'm here with the fabulous Alyssa and Ellie. Adam should be joining us later. He's going to be running a bit behind, but I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I have just want to say this at the beginning of the live, but I have everyone's author pages and where you can find our books in the description. So definitely check out these amazing, talented people.
Yeah, everyone's awesome, and you should absolutely check out their stuff.
100% agree. I've read their books and they are amazing.
Me too. I think I read all 3 of your books.
Even when we traumatize you.
Yes.
I do love a great traumatizing tale.
Yeah, I'm all traumatized a little bit on this live.
That's the fun part.
So share what you guys are going to be writing today, working on.
So I'm going to be starting Tower of Memories book 6, which is the first book in the second school year.
Yay!
Just saying that is just like, why have I done this? But it's fine. It's fine. It's done.
I am going to be working on my book, A Dance of Bow and Blade, which is a Robin Hood and King Arthur retelling, but it's all women and it's sapphic, apparently.
Nice. I'm very excited for that. Everything you post on like Blue Sky and stuff, I'm very excited for it.
Thank you. I can't wait for you to read it.
I will be working on the first book in my Tales of the Grim Reaper series titled Skeleton Bride. Right now, I did have some stuff written before I put it on hold to finish like my Realm Monsters universe because there was a lot of books I was working on that. So right now I'm kind of just rereading what I have so that I know where I left off and it can continue because I do not remember like anything that I wrote. So I'm just kind of going through what I already written and then changing a few things as I read it, and then I'm going to figure out how to continue once I finish my reread.
That makes sense. Get yourself back into that headspace, back into the vibes and the feeling.
Yeah, especially since I haven't worked on it in so long. I was telling Alyssa before you got here, Ellie, that this book's a little different because I'm doing it in first point of view.
Ooh, yeah. Interesting. How's that going compared to the way you normally write?
It's not too bad so far. When I was rereading, I had to change a couple times because I keep wanting to like put like Anastasia's name instead of saying I or something. Because I'm so used to
old habits.
Yeah, exactly. So I had to change a little bit as I'm rereading because I'm like, this is supposed to be first point of view, but I keep wanting to do third point of view because it's just what I usually do. But I'm liking where the story's going so far, so I'm very excited for what I have planned.
Nice.
That's wonderful.
You have a really cool mood board for it, too.
Oh, thank you.
All of her mood boards are cool. I wish I had better ability to make them, but I think all of the ones I've seen from Johar are awesome.
Oh, thank you. Really appreciate that. I was very excited. I loved how the Grim Reaper mood board came out. I thought it went really well.
Definitely. And I like the way you played with color on it. It had a nice balance.
Hi, thanks for joining us. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello, people.
Hi. Thank you for joining us. Let us know what you guys are working on today, if you're working on anything. Or if you're just here for the fun chats.
Yeah, if anybody in chat has like questions for us, feel free. I mean,
yeah, definitely. You can ask any of us anything. Your mood boards are amazing. Oh, thank you. You guys are so sweet. You guys want to get started on the first sprint? Get some writing done?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Okay. So 30 minutes. See you then.
See you then.
Bye.
Hello.
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 How did your writing go?
It went okay.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
How about you?
How'd yours go?
Mine went okay. I'm still reading it through. I'm changing a few things because I worked on this a few years ago before I took a break. So a few things
Okay.
have changed.
I understand that.
Yeah. Did you get like a dent in your work? I know this is like the beginning of your book, Alyssa.
I mean, I got a couple pages down. You know, I
Oh,
have
that's
probably about a fifth to a sixth of a chapter.
Okay,
Nice.
it's not bad.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but for me, the hardest part of a book is the beginning. Like, there's always that talk, like, is it the beginning, middle, or end? For me, it's the beginning because with the middle and end, you can just kind of have a flow. But with the beginning, figuring out how to start it, even if it's in a continuation in a series, like, still hard to figure out how to start it after the events of the last book. So for me, the beginning is always the hardest.
Well, I mean, I knew what I wanted this chapter to be way before I even finished book 6 because I knew where book 6 was going to end. And so it made sense to, yeah, Ellie's not okay. Ellie's not okay.
I just
I'm gonna
finished
get to book 6.
reading that book last night, and yeah, without
Yeah.
eating a comfy blanket and tea. Jeez.
I warned you. I said when you were like about to get there, I'm like, is your blanket ready?
You did, which I appreciate. I made sure to have a nice comfy blanket. Oh,
Honestly, like those two chapters right next to each other is probably the most evil thing I have ever done and may ever will do in any book.
I mean, it's also the culmination of like 5 books beforehand, right? It's like with the novella series, and you have this like culmination of all these books leading up to this one moment,
Yeah.
which you kind of know is going to hit in one sense, but it's still like knowing it's going to hit doesn't help.
Well, even at the opening of that first chapter, you're like, that's bad. That's bad. That's probably going to go badly. Because just from the description of the room she's in, you're like, and that's why she can't contact any of her friends, and that's how the bad guy gets in, and that's where the bad guy's hiding.
And the hints you drop along the way where you're just like, and then you're like, oh. So yeah,
Yeah.
wide range of emotions. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
So where does book 7 start?
Basically, we're picking up like towards the end of summer with Seraphina and Lucinda's training.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm
Because
excited.
and then in a non-spoilery way as possible, Johara, basically after what goes down in book 6, Seraphina sits down with her mom and is like, these are a list of spells I need to be able to do to combat this threat that I'm now facing, and I need your help. And Lucinda's like, okay. So that's what they spent all summer doing.
Nice.
Lucinda. I really do love Lucinda. She is, she is so flawed in a lot of ways, but she is such a good mom.
Yeah.
We may not always know what she's doing, but we know why she's doing it. Which is why Seraphina's just like, she's up to stuff, but I'm just going to let her do her thing.
I finished book 3, and that's when Lucinda was at the school, and it was so good to see the reunion of everyone learning more about her past, and some of just the way Seraphina was just so done, and I love seeing more of Seraphina and Jarek act like cousins, and the Jarek would just look at Seraphina like, is she always like this? Seraphina would be like, more or less.
Wait until you get to the next book. Oh my god! If you're enjoying Jarek and Seraphina's cousin stuff, then yeah, you're gonna love that. But oh my god, there's a part that I know you're gonna love in the 6th book that I read involving Featherist, because I know you love Featherist.
Yeah,
Oh my God! Yes, you're gonna love it.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to read book 4. I can't buy it at the moment, unfortunately, but I cannot wait to read it. I'm so excited for
If
it.
you want me to send it to you, you just have to ask. Just send me a DM and I'll send it to you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate it. I'm like loving this series and I want to catch up so badly. It took me a while to read book 3 because there's just been a lot going on, but I was finally able to sit down the other day and read it. And oh my God, I could not stop. I think I read it. I read like a good half of the book in 2 settings. Like I read it, but then I was like, you know what? I'm hungry. I should probably eat. So I ate and watched a little TV while I ate, and then I went back and just finished it that day.
Nice.
I could not put it down.
This series is seriously addicting.
Yeah. That's probably why I've written so much of it, is because I enjoy writing this as much as, you guys enjoy reading it.
I can see that. There's
Even
definitely
when
a
I'm being
feeling of
evil.
enjoyment from the writer when you read a book like that.
I love when an author has true enjoyment of what they're writing. Like I posted on a couple of my social medias like a couple weeks ago. I was like, this might be a hot take, but I prefer like indie / like underrated books that people never talk about over the traditionally popular books, except for a few that I do like. But most of the time, I don't really care about most popular books. And I got a lot of comments saying that's because a lot of those really popular books, the author's in it for the money, and you can tell with their writing. A lot of like indie people are doing it because they truly love what they're writing, which is making it better. And I really like that take.
Even when I genuinely believe that whatever level of passion you have for a project when you're working on it, that's going to come through in some capacity or another. And
Yeah.
the audience is going to feel that. And that's the thing audiences will resonate with the most. Like, you could have the most likable characters, the most interesting world in any fictional series ever, but if you don't have a personal connection to this, nobody else is going to.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's possible for somebody to put pen to paper and not have a personal connection to what they're writing.
I know. You'd think. You're like, you spent 100 hours writing this. How is there not a lot of you on the page?
Right. It feels like an impossibility to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like obviously if you're writing this story, especially if it's a series and a long series at that, you should love your characters and be truly passionate about what you're writing. And
Well, there is also the risk, especially with like a big 5 publisher. Like, it's not just the writers who need to have passion for it that will filter in.
Yeah.
All of the editors and cover designers and the 12.5 member team that has their hands on that product also need to. And for some of them, it might just be a paycheck. And you know what? I get it.
Sure.
But,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Kind of the society in which we live in.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, when you see the numbers go up on your KDP dashboard, oh.
Yeah, 100%. But that's why I love having Ellie as my beta reader. Like when I'm reading over her notes, and yeah, she'll say like this, like tell me what I need to change and stuff, but she'll also throw in like, oh my gosh, I love this and stuff, and it makes me really happy. It makes me like, oh my gosh, somebody loves this book as much as I do, and it really helps and keeps me motivated to keep writing because it's like, oh my gosh, there is somebody who actually loves my books.
Well, I mean, yeah, having a bit of both is useful. Like, oh, this is what I need to like improve on and fix, and or oh, I made an error here, I need to fix it. And also, here's some fuel in the motivation tank to keep going is knowing that someone's going to you're going to make someone's day when they find out that you're done with this.
Yeah, when I sent her the last novella, I swear when I was going through when I noticed she messaged me on Blue Sky to give me some notes and stuff, I looked at it and I swear I had to scroll for a good minute because all there was crying face emojis.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, having you as a beta reader has been absolutely incredible. And I mean, you've read like all of my books, which I don't know if there's a higher compliment than something like that. So I totally understand the like motivational aspect of it, and I'm glad my feedback can help in that way. I'm just so honored to be able to be a beta reader and get to enjoy your book like that. That's amazing. It's amazing for me.
I agree. I love reading your books and being a beta reader. It's so amazing.
And I also feel like what Alyssa was saying about being a beta reader, you know, if you have a beta reader who all they have to offer you is criticism,
Yeah.
you know, their job is not to make you want to stop writing
Yeah,
or to
exactly.
question your abilities, you know. So I don't know. I've had an experience with um, readers who like I've tried to like work with them a bit, and I wound up feeling like, oh my god, I am the worst author ever. And that was not a really positive experience. So I definitely think that if you're going to get a beta reader, you want to make sure that there is that nice balance of
Yeah, I agree.
that.
Because if you get because like you were saying, if you just get the negative feedback, you're gonna be thinking only the worst. Like, oh my gosh, I messed up on this, whatever. And but if you have someone who does the balance, who says, yeah, this needs to be fixed, but I love this. There's like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm still improving, but at least my story is good and somebody's enjoying it, you know. And I feel like that balance is very important.
Definitely. Which, to be completely honest with both of you, it's very hard to offer a balance of criticism because your books are just so good.
I appreciate it, and I feel the same way about your books, Ellie.
Well, thank you.
It's very sweet of you.
Yeah, Ellie asked me to beta read her what's it called? Dance with Bow and
Bow and Blade, a dance
Oh
with Bow
Blade.
and
Okay,
Blade, yeah.
I was thought I was getting that mixed up. Okay, but yeah, I'm so excited for that one. Like, I am just so excited for when it's done. Everything I've been seeing her post about, and I'm also very excited for her fourth B book, whenever that's gonna come out.
Yeah, I was working on that one earlier, and I got to a point where I really wanted to focus on A Dance with Bow and Blade, and so I set a goal of myself of sort of getting the majority of part one of the B book done, so I could try to do A Dance with Bow and Blade. And I managed to accomplish that, but I'm still kind of working on it. So
I feel that because it can be really hard when you want to work on two projects. It's like, okay, so which one do I work on? Like, I know this one is already, you know, people are already expecting this part of a series, so let's do that. But at the same time, I'm just really excited for this one. And it's like, which one do you do?
right, and a lot of times for me personally, it winds up being whichever character speaks the loudest, which inevitably also means another work in progress gets thrown in the mix.
Yeah.
But something else I was doing, speaking of things like marketing and money, part of the reason I wanted to try to get A Dance of Bow and Blade done is because one of the things I've been doing marketing wise this year has been trying to focus on the group sales that have been going on, which has done amazing for my books, especially last year. So I was hoping to kind of be able to continue that. And there's been a few struggles, but I know all these like romance book sales or like fantasy book sales that the fourth book in the B series can't necessarily align with. And most of my other books have already been in group sales, so I was hoping to get them like A Dance with Bow and Blade so I could include that in the group sale and kind of hopefully keep that momentum going.
Nice.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I really appreciate whenever you show me something that I didn't see, like the sales going on. So you like send me the link for it and stuff. I really appreciate that.
Same.
It is my pleasure. You guys are awesome, and it's the least I can do. We're a community.
Definitely. I love having met so many amazing writer friends.
Oh, yeah. It is exciting and awesome.
Yes. I love chatting with y'all.
Yeah, this is always a tremendous amount of fun, no matter how much actually end up getting written.
Yeah.
I agree. There's this whole thing about how writing is such a solitary activity, and especially in it feels like in the indie community where you have to sort of do everything yourself. It
Yeah.
can definitely feel like it's very, it could be very lonely at times. And it's really nice to have a sense of community or like writing friends where you're kind of like all hanging out and writing and stuff. Like, makes it a little less lonely of a project.
It does, and it helps.
Yeah.
It definitely helps a lot.
I also think it helps to prioritize the writing a little bit too. Like this last week, I've had stuff going on that's made it like really hard to just sort of sit down and focus. And so when you were like, hey, I want to do another writing sprint, I was like, okay, this is cool. I get to hang out with awesome friends and I get to focus on my job. This is fabulous.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. I wanted to get like the reading part of this done before the sprint so that I can start actually writing. But you know, life happens and things got in the way. I was like, I can't wait for these sprints because then I can finally just sit down and get some stuff done. Because like so much has been going on that I'm in the same boat with you. I haven't been able to really just sit down and write because I've been worried about other stuff. And it feels nice to be able to just sit down with y'all, chat about our books, and actually get at least a little bit writing done.
Absolutely. Plus, with loving both of your books, I don't know about you guys, but one of the things I absolutely love about stories and books is sort of the story behind it all. And to kind of be able to see the like behind the scenes stuff, like you're working on this and here's why, and this inspired this. Like I get such a kick out of that kind of stuff. So it's always really fun.
It's always fun to hear, how those things get started because it's easy to just be like, oh, you just make something up and like it's easy and effortless. I'm like, no, it's actually a tremendous amount of thought and planning can go into these things. Even when we don't have like outlines, we still spend hours and hours thinking about how we want to do this and how we want to pull this off. And if we want to have this scene or this other scene, or if we can combine them somehow.
Or even like the research sometimes, because even when it's like the A Dance of Bow and Blade, there's a lot of stuff I've been researching and reading about for the past year or two in anticipation of writing this. But even for like the B series and stuff, everything I take in through media tends to influence it. And sometimes I find myself specifically reading things to inspire or help get the creative juices flowing for that. And that too just sort of goes into it as well.
I have spent many, many hours researching rocks and crystals. So I get that.
I have never researched as much as I did during my Realm of Monsters books and the novellas. Like, oh my gosh, the amount of research I had to do. Greek mythology, French mythology, Joan of Arc, Greek history with P.C. Stratos and Frederick. Like, oh my gosh, I had to do so much research. And when sometimes I would be researching, I'd be like, why did I decide to do all this?
Okay, so your novellas came out and was talking about the different like French deities and everything, and then the Olympics happened, and I think it was like in France or something, and there was this whole thing that they did in the opening ceremony, and they were talking about this one figure on a horse, and everybody was like, it's Joan of Arc. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's Sequana or whatever her name is. And the only reason I knew that was because of your novella series, by the way.
I'm so glad I could throw in some facts and teach you something. Like, I learned so much. Like, I already knew a decent amount of Greek mythology because it's always been kind of an interest of mine. But I didn't know anything about French mythology. There was a lot about Joan of Arc that I didn't know. So, like, all this research just really helped me learn more that I didn't even know. And I'm really glad that it helped others learn stuff, too.
Oh, yeah. It was amazing.
It's fun to teach people things in a very sneaky way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I, like, one of the things I love about Seraphina in regards to the gemstones and the rocks is what she chooses to pay attention to at times. Like there was the headmaster, and he has that one ring, and I was just like, I love this detail so much because it's so freaking Seraphina to be like, this stone, which is unusual for jewelry, but makes sense in a magical setting, and I'm just like, yeah. Yeah.
Seraphina has a compulsive need to identify any rock or stone or even not even just like gemstones, but like if it's a rock, she's going to at least attempt to identify it.
But
Even
can
like
so-
flooring, she'll be like, is this like marble or granite or slate or something? If she can't identify it, she will.
but it's so fabulous. And it's also so relatable. I feel like we all have something like that where it's just like, yes, this is my thing, and I know things about it, and therefore I must fill in the that.
Oh my gosh, yes, that's me with bears. I absolutely love them, and I know so many facts that a lot of people don't, and I just love spewing bear knowledge whenever I can.
It sounds like you need to write a book about bears or people who turn into bears or something. That's what I just heard.
Interesting. I think Ellie knows this, but on my Scooby Doo retelling, instead of a talking dog, it's a talking bear.
That's awesome.
Aw.
Throwing in my little love of bears.
Yeah, I get that. I've been obsessed with basset hounds since I was very little, and I have
They're so cute. They're so cute.
They are amazing. And so in my Basil Bassett book series, I have another children's book that features Basset Hound, and then a Basset Hound is showing up in book 4 of the B series. A very old, stinky lady of a Basset named Maggie. And I'm very excited to write her.
That sounds nice. Just throwing in stuff you love.
Great.
I'm so happy I'm finally writing this skeleton series just because I feel like nobody ever talks about skeletons. Like they're the one like magical thing or whatever that isn't ever dwelled on. Like it's hard to find movies that bring them up or books about them. And I was like, I really want a book about skeletons because I have become obsessed with skeletons last few years. Like I'm collecting them. I have like several figurines of like the Grim Reaper and skeletons. And I love being able to finally just write about skeletons.
That is awesome.
That sounds like tremendous fun.
Do you guys want to do another sprint?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Top of the hour. It'll be like
Yeah.
2 o'clock here. Or no, 3 o'clock. Okay, so we'll start. It's almost 2 o'clock, so we'll do until 30.
Sounds good.
Okay. Have fun writing.
You too.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How did your writing go?
You went pretty all right. How about yours?
It went pretty well. I'm still reading, but I'll be happy if I just catch up on what I've already written so I can start something new.
Nice. I think I made a decent headway into the scene I was writing.
Ooh, nice. How far are you in this book, anyways?
Pretty far for the first draft of it. I have a couple things I'm adding before I really get to the end. But after I'm done writing it, I kind of want to put it aside and let it sit for a little bit and then come back to it. Because there's a lot of things that are probably going to need to be added. There's a lot of dialogue. So
Yeah,
Nice.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
how'd your writing go, Alyssa?
That went pretty good. I little over doubled the word count, so it's
Nice.
Yay, that's great. Is it still summer vacation or the end of it?
yeah. I mean, it's still that same chapter, so we're still kind of in that scene. It's fun. Seraphina's thrown a fireball, and we're seeing Lucinda summon. So
Nice.
Fun.
it's about time.
I'm sure she feels that way.
Lucinda has a good reason for not, using lots of magic around the house, but it's about time they both gonna get used to using magic more.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as Seraphina can. But they're working on it. It's not a ton of progress, but it's a bit better than how she was when the school year ended.
That's good. I'm still closer to the beginning of the story. I'm like a little over 100 pages, so it's not too exciting yet. The main characters did meet, so that's always fun.
Yeah, I have all of 4 pages and like a little sliver of a fifth. So nothing too interesting is happening. Just we're just kind of getting back into Seraphina's head and getting back into the mood and where everybody was.
I'm writing a dream sequence, I guess.
Ooh, those
Those
are
are
always
always fun.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I like utilizing dreams in this quite a bit. Especially because the dreams themselves are tied to various Celtic myths that kind of are offering answers to a problem that's been going on, but the character who's receiving the dreams doesn't know this and doesn't realize this yet, so they keep waking up being like, well, this is a weird that was a weird dream, huh? So yeah. Always fun.
interesting.
I don't write very many prophetic dreams because Seraphina just doesn't get them. The only character who does is not a POV. Angelina gets them, but she doesn't always tell us what's going on there. We get like snippets when she talks about it. Seraphina's dreams are, they're abstract, but they're more focused on specific emotions.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really like Seraphina's dreams and trying to like riddle out what some potential meaning could be.
Yeah, I know in the Realm of Monsters, Calista often had a lot of weird dreams. And a lot of times it had to do with like her own like fears of that she was secretly like Caleb, or that Caleb wasn't really gone, that he was still, even though he was dead, it's like her, it was kind of symbolizing that even though he's dead, like until she lets go from her past and her trauma, like he's not really dead. So there was a lot of those going on.
Yeah. A lot of Seraphina's dreams are like about her fears and her insecurities. So I don't know if that helps you decode any of them, but you know.
I've kind of gotten that. And it's kind of fun to be like, oh, okay, so this is probably the curse. This green is probably the curse. And if this, ocean is pink and it's boiling, it might mean this for her. Yeah, I turn into a little psychologist every time I read one of her dreams.
Good. I mean, I'm very aware that for, some people, their way of enjoying a series is to like get a giant shovel and to just start digging into stuff to see what they can find. So I'm like, I'll give people stuff to dig into and stuff to find down there if they want to, but they don't have to understand like what's going on. If your big takeaway of the dream is that Serafina has complicated feelings about her situation, then you know what's going on. But if you want to dig, there's stuff to find.
I enjoy digging. I'm definitely a digger. I'm also an analyzer, and let's hold this up to a microscope type of reader.
I've noticed that when you were reading my books, you'll be like, oh my gosh, I noticed this. And it was like, and it really makes you feel good as an author that readers can dissect some of those little hidden Easter eggs or details.
It does, because like I put them in there to be found. If I didn't want you finding this, I wouldn't have put it in there.
Yeah,
Right.
Exactly.
You hide an Easter egg so that somebody can find it and have a good time.
Oh yeah.
But what's funny is when I put a bunch in and you're like, and you only catch like half of them and you're just like, oh boy, this is going to be a fun talk later.
Yeah. I probably only catch about half of them anyway, despite all of my best attempts.
Well, what I do, because I'm like extra sneaky about some of them, because like we live in an area in a time where spoilers for a story are very easy to stumble into just by the nature of things. So I'm like, I'm going to put hints in a way that even if you're spoiled on a specific thing, you're going to catch stuff that you probably wouldn't have caught. So even if you haven't been spoiled and you're just doing a reread, you'll be like, oh, that's what that was.
Yeah.
You were just going to like outright tell me what happens later. Okay. That's messed up.
I do love that. There's so many reasons why I love series, but one thing I love is when I reread a series, especially the first couple of times, because this is like you only read it once, so a lot of times when you're reading it once, a lot of these little details you don't notice because you don't know that they're supposed to be important. But then when you go back to reread it, and then you're like, wait a minute, they did this on purpose. This was foreshadowing. And I love reading those moments. I also love adding those moments to my own books. Like, okay, let's add some little foreshadowing here. See who catches it.
Yeah.
So I am somebody who does not outline. I kind of just write what comes and I put it in my manuscript. And when you guys are writing, do you like accidentally foreshadow things you never realized you were foreshadowing until it arrives in like the part you're writing? And you're like, oh my God, and blow your own mind?
Well, yes and no. Sometimes what I've ended up doing is I'll have this like a throwaway world building line, and then I'm like, and then, a couple books later, I'm like, wait, I could actually use that to do a cool thing. Let's do a cool thing. So when I first put it wasn't foreshadowing, but retroactively it becomes it.
For me, I feel like I don't really outline a whole lot. I have like the big details I know about, like, this is a big thing that's going to happen in a few books, and I know it's going to happen, so I can go ahead and put some foreshadowing in that. But then there are sometimes, like what Alyssa was saying, where it didn't mean to be foreshadowing, but then it becomes it. But I've also had a few experiences where I look back and I was like, wait a minute, I was kind of foreshadowing this, and I didn't even realize it. So I think it happens for me, like, all three of those things happen to me at different times. It's always fun.
Yeah. And sometimes I'll just accidentally stumble into an opportunity, and I'm like, this would be, I could do something fun here. Let's do something fun here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I always love those moments.
Mm-hmm.
Love to torment readers.
One of those where I like accidentally ended up foreshadowing something was when we first get the news that all of our main characters get Dragon Tower. Vivian has a throwaway line of like, oh, a dragon hasn't been picked in 10 years. And then several books later, we're like, oh, that's the dragon she was talking about. We meet him, and he's our teacher now. Yeah.
So, Ellie, you say you don't outline at all, right? Like,
No.
so, because I know for me, like, I don't purposely just outline. Like, I don't just look like, okay, I want this to happen here, this to happen here. I basically just, my brain never shuts off. So sometimes my book will pop in my brain. I'll be like, ooh, this is a good idea. I want to happen at some point. So I write it down on my phone so I don't forget it. So I do have like a few things jotted down that I know will happen, but like, that's mostly the big things. A lot of the littler things I don't have planned. So, like, do you have any big things planned, or is it all just nothing?
I mean, I guess, but if I have a moment that pops into my head, I start writing parts of it.
Ah.
So a lot of a lot of interactions with characters in particular come to me as dialogue, and I have to like go back into like, okay, what are they doing? Who, I have to say who's saying what now, that kind of stuff, and add that in later. But in general, when a scene or a moment pops into my head, there's always a little something part of it that I've already written down and stuck in a note somewhere that I then have to desperately find when I'm, back in that area.
Oh,
If that makes sense at all.
That does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always interesting to see how other authors like do it, like what their process is, like how much do they outline, how much do they not. It's always interesting.
Yeah. Oops.
Whoop.
Sorry.
You're
No,
fine.
you're fine. I have all of like most of like the major events kind of like planned out like a roadmap, and then for all the little events, I just like here's like a list of things I know that there's going to be readers who want. What order they happen in, I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I have a list of things that's gonna happen, like the major things at least, on my phone, and it's like separated with. There's gonna be 6 books in the series, and it's like separated by the book, because I know what book is gonna happen in. But I don't have like a lot of the I don't have a lot of the little details that I just come up with as I go. So
And that's fair. That kind of can help things feel a bit more organic. Like they're talking about this not because they have to for plot reasons, but because they just simply want to, or they're going over, this,
Yeah.
that, or the other thing.
I, for the Queen of Monsters, did something I've never done. When I was like less than halfway done with it, I was struggling through that book because there was like so much I was doing. Like I was working on my novellas while working on that, and since I kept taking breaks, I kept forgetting where I left off. So there was a lot of rereading. So I was kind of. That's why I was like, I usually don't actually love the editing process. Like a lot of people don't, but I do. But I was dreading the editing for that. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna try something, see if it works, and so I decided to outline what every chapter was going to be for the rest of that book. My brain did not want to follow it because as I was writing, see, the reason why I can't have an organized outline like some people have is because when I'm writing, things will come to me in the moment. Sometimes the characters even surprise me, so I can't have any like the amount of times that I had to erase what I wrote because something else happened that kind of contradicts what I originally had that I was going to write, and I couldn't end up doing it. I was like, this is why I don't outline.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the characters would just be like, that's nice that you had a plan, but I'm taking the steering wheel.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. That's how I am with my characters. Like I had a plan. I was like, okay, this was gonna happen. But my characters were like, I don't want that to happen. And something completely else happened. Like, Ellie, you'll know what I'm talking about. But when I mentioned the Heart of the Realm,
Yes.
that all came to me in the moment. Like I did not have that plan.
Really?
Yes. And when I started writing that, I was like, this takes away a good half of what I already wrote for the ending. But I preferred the Heart of the Realm story that I did with what I was originally written. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with what my brain tells me to go with now and just ignore the outline. The amount of times I just ignored what I already wrote, and I was like, okay, I'm never gonna outline it again because it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
There, because I write what comes, like in A Dance with Bow and Blade, I already have some of the ending written. And normally what happens is writing the parts that like lead up to that. Oftentimes I'll have to wind up like changing something later on involving what I've already written.
Yeah.
So.
I always thought that was interesting when people can do that, like write these scenes kind of out of order. I think that's so cool, but I can't do that. I have to do it chronologically, or I get. That's why I do have some outlines, like the major details, because like I said, my brain never shuts off, and my story always is in my brain 24/7. So I'll be like, oh, this is a cool idea, but I can't write it now because it doesn't happen yet, and I can't do it out of order. So I just write down that one idea, and then I keep writing what I have until I get to that part.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't be like, okay, I have to get to that part later. It's kind of like I have to get this down on paper now before I forget.
Mm-hmm.
There was one time I was at a live selling event, in-person selling event, and I had no paper to write with, so I covered my entire arm from the here all the way to my elbow on both sides with writing.
Oh my gosh.
Whenever I go anywhere, I just have like a folder of blank pieces of paper and pencils in my purse at all times, just in case. That's how I pass time on road trips.
Nice.
That's why I always have my phone with me. I just write this stuff down on my phone. Like I'll be like, okay, I want this to happen because so I can get out of my brain without me forgetting about it. Because I hate whenever you have a good idea, don't get it down right away, and you're like, crap, what did I have? That was a good idea, but you don't remember.
Yeah, my phone notes are insane, and I've tried to organize them now, and I still struggle with trying to find what I'm looking for at any given point.
Yeah.
Organization is key unless you suck at organization.
I feel like I suck at organization when it comes to my room. My room can be messy sometimes, but I know where everything is, so that's something.
If I turned this computer around so you could see my desk, you would be it would be like shockingly, appallingly horrific, because it is a disaster zone behind this computer.
But
like this placement is specific.
Yeah, but that's why whenever I did start writing stuff down for this series, I was like, okay, this is a mess, and I don't know where everything is. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna figure out exactly what happens in each book. I figured out the title of each book, wrote them down, and I was like, okay, this is gonna happen in this book. That way, I can find what I'm looking for a little easier when it comes to my notes. So at least I'm a little organized in that aspect.
I mean, my Word documents are very organized. I had to open like new folders and stuff to set up the new school year. So it's
nice.
So that part's organized. I can get to whatever document on my computer I want very easily. Everything else is a disaster.
I'd say everything having to do with my writing is chaos, and that kind of also encompasses me in general. So.
But chaos is good. Chaos is fun.
See,
creativity is born in chaos.
Yeah. See, I feel like I'm in between. Like, I'm not exactly organized, but I'm not exactly fully chaotic. I'm kind of in between, and I feel like my writing encompasses that. So I definitely feel like our writing encompasses who we are, even if we don't realize it sometimes.
Yeah, that's
most of my like plot beats are not that organized. The most organized I ever had to be was keeping track of who was placed where in the trials.
Oh my gosh, especially with like, was that was Feathers's trial? Like that one had to be really tough.
That was so much mental brain power to figure out what I was doing. That was a lot. That was the hardest one to write by far.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Because
brilliantly done, by the way. But yeah,
I appreciate that. But Yeah, like original placements that I had planned, I had to change because there was no way to to change it back to the original plan after everything had settled without breaking a bunch of stuff. So I'm like, we're just gonna roll with this. It's good enough. It foreshadows what it needs to foreshadow. It's fine. This will do.
Very chaotic.
Extremely chaotic. It's when you eventually read and get there, you'll be like, oh yeah, I can see why she needed to organize this and stuff and plan this ahead of time because insanity.
I feel like my most chaotic series was The Realm of Monsters. It was the one I was working on the longest because there's so many books in the series and it's not even completely done. So, but like I think that also had like the biggest cast of characters. And since
Oh my gosh, yeah.
work on a third person omniscient, I had to like try to differentiate all the different characters, and they all had their different storylines. So I wanted them all to have like a major part in the finale. Like they all were important, so I need them all to have their scenes and their missions. And I was like trying to figure out who had what mission, where is it gonna go, what's gonna happen, what happens first, what happens last. I was like, oh my gosh, there was just so much in that final book that it was extremely chaotic.
Oh yeah, that was a huge cast, but you balanced it so amazingly.
I'm glad. I was so afraid of that.
That's a perpetual fear of mine, is that things are going to get out of balance. But
you both do it so seamlessly. You make it look so easy. I have a huge cast in book 4 of the B series. There's like so many characters.
I can imagine because it kind of encompasses all the other characters from each book, and I'm so excited for that.
But I'm like looking at you two going, all right, what can I garner from the way you're balancing these stories to help me figure out how to balance my own?
Well, Vicinity Constellation, it wasn't easy for us either. So we were going through the same thing you're going through now. So
some days I worry that it's not as balanced as it looks, but
me too. Like when I was working on the Queen of Monsters and when I finished it, and I was like, okay, so is it actually balanced? Like, because there was just so much going on. Each character had their own thing, and I was just so afraid that it was not balanced at all.
I know. And this is going to get even harder for me to balance because I'm adding more major characters this year.
Right?
Which is probably, I mean, I don't know. I've always had a hard limit on how many dragons we're going to have just for my own sanity, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not just, new dragons. It's going to be new people who, want to see that dragon succeed and do well and is going to join in like the outer circle, which is, Angelina and them.
Plus, you also have other characters that are going to be added down the line that are associated with the dragons. Like, it was Feathers again, who has a sibling who's going to be showing up at some point in the school. In
Feathers,
2 years.
Feathers has a younger sister we're going to eventually meet.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's going to be, that's going to be a 30-year thing.
Nice.
I definitely feel you, Alyssa, because like adding more characters is always, because that's what happened in my Realm of Monsters series. Like at first it was like a decent amount of characters, but each book I feel like there's just more and more characters, and then by the third book I was like, how am I gonna do this? What did I get myself into?
Yeah, I picked 5 because I'm comfortable with 5. I can handle 5. 6 might get complicated, and 7 is kind of like my limit.
I feel like it's going to be really interesting too in terms of another dragon being added into this dynamic, because it feels like they all work so great as a unit, but it feels like each individual pairing of them also offers something to that individual. Like the idea that you've got Jarek, who is who can relate to Seraphina in terms of being a cousin, right? And the whole idea of being with the Hearths. And then you've got like Russell, who is also from the human realm, and you've got Feathers, who can relate to her in terms of things like being asexual, was it? And then you've got like Celica, who is, Celica. So it just feels like there's like these separate complements that they can all lend each other something.
And they also, have their dynamics with each other. You have Derek and Celica being like gossip buddies,
Yeah.
And then you have, and Russell is usually the one they're gossiping about because of that situation. And, Russell and Serafina will have like their human references and nobody else will get.
Yeah.
And then you have like sometimes Russell and Fethris will like hang out together and just be like, we have their own like little thing. Because I mean, it becomes a bit more developed here, but they're more like, I don't know, they're like guy friends. They're just like dudes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because they kind of find it harder to relate to Derek in that way. Because Derek is from like a different corner of society than those two are. I mean, Derek is for all intents and purposes like a noble and an aristocrat, so that makes his interactions with people a little bit different sometimes.
It's very cool how they each bring in something.
They each bring in something to each other, and I have an idea of what some of the dynamics are going to be with the new guy when he rolls up.
It's also interesting because like we've already kind of seen a hint of the new guy, but also like Serafina's relationship to the new guy too, in a way, which is going to be interesting if that's, if that one tiny interaction is a hint of what's to come.
Well, if one is paying attention in books 5 and 6, they might be able to guess a few things about the new guy. So.
Nice.
Which might shed a little bit of light on stuff.
And with like the Realm of Monsters series, one of the things I thought was really cool was you have this like main group that's each different creatures, and the way it kind of like introduces you to different aspects of the monster realm, but also the idea that the monster realm itself was created using something that was like each from what that group is. Like that was like, I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. That was so well.
That means so much. Yeah, I definitely, because I feel like it's been like 500 years since the realm was created, and they all kind of just lost the whole thing because Marissa had made progress getting everyone along in the sanctuary, but with her gone, who was going to do that? And so it's like, but the whole reason why the realm was able to create because they had something of everyone. And I feel like that's what, and I like, because one thing I was very proud of myself for was that for Ayana to try to destroy the realm, she needed like the dark aspects of these creatures. Whereas Marissa, to create the realm, she needed light aspects of the creatures. And I really like that.
That's cool.
That's fun.
I'm so excited for the next B book. Like to see, especially, there's so much I want to see, but what I want to see the most is Elspie and Ari. I want to see them together.
Oh my god, they are so much fun to write, especially because they so don't get along in the beginning.
I can imagine. They're both.
And it's fabulous. It's a lot of fun to write that dynamic. Especially because Elspie is a character that can be your greatest ally and greatest friend and absolute worst enemy. I feel like Elspie would get along very well with Celica.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That would be fun. I also think Ari and Kalista could get along.
Oh my gosh, yes. They would have a ball together. Oh yeah.
New fan fiction, just put all three of our books together, have the characters interact.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If anybody wants to write that, I totally read it.
Me too.
Okay, which tower do you feel like your Realm of Monster characters would be in?
I don't know. That's hard. Who do you think your B characters would be in?
Oh boy, that is really tough. Okay, hold on. Let's go over this. So Pixie is like super friendly, right?
Pixie is about empathy, reading people, honesty, like think like positive, normal social interactions. I think Johara would be, or no, Johara would be a Pixie. I'm trying to.
It's funny because I actually agree with
I'm trying to point to Johara, but like things are weird.
Oh my god, and especially with what you say about Pixie in book 6, yeah, totally. Total Pixie.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Yeah, it's totally a compliment. Nothing bad happens to pixies ever. It's fine.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like Roxanne.
Yeah, that laughter does not have me concerned at all.
Yeah, same. But I feel like Roxanne would be a pixie. And
Yeah.
and I also think I feel like partly like Rain could be a pixie, but partly not. Because I feel like Rain is on the same level as Kalista on some levels, but I feel like they also have a lot of empathy. They're like the wise friend and stuff. So I feel like it's half and half when Rain comes in. But I think Roxanne would definitely be pixie.
I could see Henry as Pixie.
I
Well,
think
I was thinking Henry from my B series, but your B series or your Realm of Monster series too. Henry.
we don't have a Henry. And they're both sweethearts.
Yeah, they're kind of cinnamon roll sweetheart type of
I
character.
can definitely see your Henry as a pixie too, though.
Yeah, he would definitely.
I feel like
You know what? He is also very chaotic, and he doesn't quite follow the rules.
yes.
And he's also very he's got that level of like determination and almost stubborn determination that dragons seem to have.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's all for like doing the right thing because it's the right thing, which is also Pixie.
Yeah, it's very hard. I feel like, see, that's why I was like half and half with Rain as well. I feel like they could be dragon, but they could also be pixie. But then there's Kalista, who is 100% dragon. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then let's see. Yeah, I tend to write kind of chaotic characters.
Chaos is
So-
fun.
Yeah, it
But
is.
don't, cause even though you've got like Sarah, who's like a bit of a rule follower, in one sense, she really is good at bending the rules.
I feel like Ari would 100% be dragon.
Following the rules, but technically bending them could be more of a Kraken thing.
Oh, can you remind me what the characteristics of Kraken are?
My compendium's up. Give me like 2 seconds.
No problem.
This is why I have a compendium. It lets me keep notes like this. Well, the only one that's like confirmed for Kraken is wisdom. But to me, it's always been because like you see it more with Vivian of like, technically this isn't how things are supposed to be done, but we're gonna roll with this because this is what suits the situation the best. Like it's not normal for first years to be tower representatives, but like what were the options?
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
And it's also very weird to have a tower head that doesn't match that tower. But
Yeah.
it's a little weird, but there is kind of an order thing to it. Because the way the pairs kind of work for the towers that have pairings is like they're very similar, but like the other side of that coin. Like Kelpie is the very strict, follow the rules by the letter,
Yeah.
word of rules and law is what Kelpie is, but Kraken is like the spirit of the law.
Okay.
It's okay to like break social norms if it's for the betterment of people.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Sarah.
Yeah, it does. I feel like Ari is a dragon, though.
Ari is 100% a dragon.
Yes.
She would be right in, and especially the idea of, because it feels like with the dragon, there's also a sense of not really belonging anywhere else. And the idea that Dragon Tower is the first time that not only can they be themselves,
And not only are they accepted for being themselves, but they're loved for being themselves. And that it definitely is something Ari could desperately use.
Yeah.
There's a reason the other towers have pairs and Dragon it doesn't. There's a reason it's on its own. Like, there's a function to this. So if that's your impression, then yeah, that tracks.
I've been drawing my Realm of Monsters characters. And yeah, I got some of them drawn out. Haven't colored any of them yet. But I'm still working on Jeremy because I'm trying to make him look like a boy because he canonically has longer hair and it's making him look like a girl. And I don't want him to look like a girl because he's not a girl.
Yeah, I've had that same issue with some of the stuff I've tried drawing. I've drawn characters before, and I'm going to continue drawing characters. I actually have a really fun idea for my character Val in Dance with Blade and Bow and Blade that I want to do. But I find that the less human something is, the easier it is to draw for me.
Yes, I have definitely discovered that what with this one because I drew Henry, right? And then I was like, oh my gosh, this was actually really simple because he's a Cyclops. But then Jeremy is technically a Warlock, but Warlocks look human, so he still has to look human, and it ends up being complicated.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's like, it's like a known art rule that people are inherently harder to get right. Because, like, you know, in your example, if a Cyclops looks a little weird, that's okay because it's a Cyclops.
Yeah.
If you're drawing what's supposed to look like a regular human and they, you know, don't look like a regular human, then like it's far easier to tell that something is wrong.
Yeah.
Because we all know what people are supposed to look like.
Yeah, you have that like uncanny valley thing that's always a little hard to navigate.
Always. Always.
Yeah. This is what I have for Jeremy so far.
I'm so excited to see
I don't
it.
know how well you'll be able to see it, but
You can kind of see it.
Oh, nice.
But he looks like a girl because he has longer hair. So I'm trying to figure out how to make him look not like a girl.
Good luck with that. I'm sure it's gonna look amazing once you get it the way you want it to be. But yeah. I wish you the best of luck with drawing your characters, and I can't wait to like see them all done and everything.
Thank you. I drew people for my Jasmine Press series and my Curses Life series like forever ago. And since I finally finished this series, I was like, you know what? I'm going to finally draw these characters.
That's awesome.
I also want to work on book trailers because I'm a little behind on book trailers because I made book trailers for a lot of my books. And I also wanted to make quizzes like I made for my other two series. Now that this series.
Oh, I'm excited. I've had a lot of fun with the B series in particular, especially with this last book, drawing outfits.
Ooh.
I also had a lot of fun with Where the Heart Is with some of Clary's dresses. But like clothing has become such a thing for the characters. And so it's been a lot of fun to try to like draw what the dresses look like and then like pair it with a quote and everything.
That's nice.
Outfits are fun to play with when you're.
Oh,
yeah.
I tried to draw Jasmine's amulets in my first series once, and I don't have the it anymore, but it looks horrible. Like I could not draw what was in my head.
I think that's one of the most frustrating things about drawing is when you have this image in your head and you just cannot translate it to paper. That happens with writing too, now that I think about it. For me, sometimes, but like you know what it is in your head and you just cannot put it down on paper.
Sometimes that can be difficult, yeah. For me, I'm not that great at drawing. Like, drawing characters is one thing. Like, I can make them look halfway decent at least. But this was an amulet that was very distinct and very important. And it's basically like a gargoyle and a dragon with their, like, tails wrapped around each other. And like, the dragon's wings were spread out. And it's like, I couldn't draw that. Like, it looked horrible.
Yeah, it sounds like it'd be very tricky to draw that.
Yes.
But it's fun to have like such hyper specific objects in the story. 'Cause
Yeah.
even if you can't draw them, it's still going to be like a fun thing to like, if we eventually do like merch or whatever, to actually be able to like hold it in your hand and show it to people and be like, this is the thing, and then people read it and be like, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That is definitely a goal, to be able to have merch and then have people be like, oh, I got this from the Jasmine Press series, and then someone be like, oh my gosh, that's so cool, I want one. And yeah, that would be like ultimate author goals right there.
Plus, when the right reader finds it, you know you're going to get fan art and stuff like that.
Oh.
Like,
yeah.
Seraphina's dress for the masquerade is one I would love to see in person. That sounds really cool.
Seriously. Yeah. Honestly, I bet any of the masquerade outfits would get lots of fan art.
Oh, yeah.
I know my 14-year-old sister, she reads my books. She's a bit behind on my novellas, and she hasn't read the third book in the Realm Monsters yet because it just came out. But her favorite series of mine is my Jasmine Press series. And she said that at one point she said she wanted to dress as Lilac, which was the villain.
Oh my god. That is awesome.
That's adorable.
That sounds really cool.
I would love to see merch of Jasmine's amulet as well as Roxanne's portal amulet. I think those would be so cool.
That would be really awesome.
Do you guys want to do another sprint? If you guys are up for it?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. We'll do it till 45.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. See you then.
See you on the other side.
Hello.
Hello.
How did writing go?
It went okay.
Hello.
How did your writing go, Ellie?
It went really well. I'm almost on this one scene.
Yay!
Very excited.
Mine went pretty good. I'm almost caught up to where I left off, I think. So that's exciting to be able to.
Very fun.
I already, because like we were talking about outlining earlier, and I said I only have like a handful of major things I know that's going to happen. And I was reading this, I was like, I can already see the foreshadowing I had already put in for things that's going to happen later on. And I was like, ooh, exciting.
No foreshadowing yet in this one. I mean, there's a brief mention of something that's going to happen in the next chapter, but I don't count that as foreshadowing. I count that as just like, basic story setup.
I feel like foreshadowing is something that happens later on.
I feel like there needs to be at least like a 10 chapter in between, the foreshadowing and the event for the most part, unless it's very vague.
I was going to say, technically, I think my book opens with foreshadowing. I guess prophetic dreams would kind of count as foreshadowing, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm reading this and writing, and I have some these dream sequences on here, which is how I kind of do some of my foreshadowing in this book, apparently. And I noticed that apparently there's two things that's in almost every one of my books that apparently I just like it that I didn't even realize until now. But I really like realms, because there's a skeleton realm on here. Like, 2 of my published books have realms, and then this one seems to have a realm, so there's that. And also, I really do love the whole dream sequence things. I think I've done that in every one of my books at this point.
Dreams are fun to write.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool that it's sort of become like a signature for you, it sounds like.
Yeah, apparently.
Sorry for the finger, if you see the finger. Okay, sorry, something popped up on my screen.
You're fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, the prophetic dreams in A Dance of Bow and Blade has been really fun to do, especially because it seems to be a thing in like a lot of Celtic mythology of like prophetic dreams and everything. So it really lends itself to the book anyway. And then the idea that I get to incorporate more myth sort of through the prophetic dreams, because it's kind of like some of the myths are sort of sprinkled throughout, and I drew some inspiration from the myths. And so the dreams are also a great way for me to like actually kind of explain the myth in a way without having to explain the myth.
Nice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, with all my other books, I feel like dreams usually just, like my last book, I feel like the dreams usually just had to do with, Calista dealing with stuff, her inner stuff, like how we deal with dreams in real life. But right now, Vivian is the one having dreams, and I feel like they could definitely seem like premonitions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fun to write. Do you write? Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, Alyssa, do you have any like dream sequences? I don't know. I don't know if you write them that often.
Not that often, but I do have a few in Tower of Memories.
Nice.
I think there's at least one in each book.
Yeah.
And in a couple books, there's a couple.
Nice.
I have a lot of fun with your dream sequences.
I'm glad. I have fun with writing them too. I like them because they're a really good way to get like a snapshot of where her mind is really at. Because, I mean, as much as it seems like she's honest with the reader, there's stuff she doesn't mention. There's stuff she doesn't talk about. There's admissions kind of bubbling under the surface. So dreams kind of force those thoughts and feelings to the surface. So if you're paying attention to the dreams, when she expresses certain feelings later, you're like, yeah, we know. It's been very obvious.
And with a character like Serafina, there's times where I think she's either not, and again, reader, so as the author, feel free to correct me here. What I've been getting from reading her perspective is that there's times either where she's not entirely sure what she's feeling, or times where she won't necessarily allow herself to feel those things. She kind of tries to like shove it to the side to do what she feels is more important in that moment.
Well, I mean, she's 16. There's certain feelings she doesn't have words for yet. There's certain thoughts that are in her head that there's a part of her that's worried that if she, says those thoughts out loud, it's going to make everything worse.
Right.
Yeah.
So it really does feel like the dreams are a great way to kind of, like you were saying, bring all that to the surface, especially for a character like that.
Yeah, to kind of force both the reader and Serafina to like stare at those thoughts in the face and be like,
yeah, kind of confront them a bit.
I feel like dreams can help like showcase like how the characters are feeling, and in a better way than maybe even they can themselves, especially when they are so much younger. I feel like a lot of my characters I wrote were like in their 20s. But in this series, Vivian is only 16, so she's probably the youngest MC I've written.
Oh, interesting. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't remember which book it was in, but I think my favorite dream sequence out of the bunch was the one where there's like she can't tell if it's ashes or snow on the ground, and like the sky is all these different colors.
Yeah.
And she's like crumbling away. Like that one's probably my favorite because I think that one's the first like, oh, she's insecure about her place in this world and in this tower dream out of the bunch.
Yeah.
Because if you're paying attention to the colors of things, which you should always be doing,
Yes.
To me, it's like Victor in the human world is like the white ash and snow that's on the ground. And then the colors in the sky are the colors of her friends, and the moon is in the sky, but the moon is like a pale yellow. And Lucinda's magic is pale yellow. So that's kind of where those things are connected to each other.
Nice.
So she views herself being down here while all of them are up there. And it's just like, no, you're one of them.
I really like the way that you utilize things like colors that allows you to kind of know things almost instantly without having to go into great detail about it, because it's like consistent throughout the series, and you're able to draw on not just the individual characters but the emotional response to it as well, which I think is just so delightful the way you do
part of that was a desire for me to be efficient with certain things. Like I didn't want to sit here and describe what Russell Orange looks like 1,000 times. So if I just call it Russell Orange and just have it associated with certain things, you're like, okay. When I see orange with green, purple, and blue, then I know what's going on.
Right.
And then also lets me do fun for what were you saying?
No, sorry, go ahead.
That also lets me do fun foreshadowing. Like when I have those 4 colors together and then add a new one to that, makes you like, okay, that's going to be a thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the idea, I think that's also really cool, is the fact that they're all sort of different shades. That it's not just this indescribable purple or this, or that like you have Carmine that has a very specific red, but you have Angelina who also has a very specific red. And the differentiating of that as well is very, very well done.
Well, part of that became kind of a necessity for the story to work in a lot of ways. Like, if all the shades of green were the same, then how would they know that Curse Green is, connected to this certain character, not just some random piece of green?
Yeah. And I've seen Johara do something similar with her books when it comes to like the smell of lavender becoming associated with Marissa and different things like that, or different quirks. Like Callista's way of when she's stressed or she's remembering stuff with Caleb, and there's that like inherent level of terror and fear, but combined with that anger, and her way of making her hands bleed because of how she curls her fists. So instead of having to constantly describe the emotion, the reader just immediately clocks the emotion through that one action.
Yep. Like when Seraphina starts scratching at the curse, and you're just like, I know what's going on there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
when she's like just looking at you is making my wrist itch. Like with no context, you're like, that's kind of weird. But when you have the context, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, it was the same way with like Kalista digging her nails into her palm. Like every time, like Ellie was saying, she had to deal with like Caleb and everything. She would unintentionally hurt herself because that's what she did when the torture was really bad, so that she could try to numb the pain by creating her own kind of pain. And after all these years, it kind of became a habit for her. It's an unhealthy coping mechanism, but what can you do?
Yeah.
I did something with the character of Sarah in the B series where there's times where she kind of goes almost robotic.
Yes.
And kind of shuts down, and she turns into what the others refer to as the perfect little servant. And it's like the way she holds her head, her hands go behind her back, and it just those like little signals are so great when you're writing. But like I said, I find it so delightful just as a reader too.
Yeah, me too.
Being able to be like, look at what they did.
Yeah, exactly. I like that section in An Impossible Dream when Sarah kind of shuts down from everyone. And one thing I loved about that was that first of all, it showed like her shutting down because that's something she does when things are too much. But when she was finally trying to get out of that little like depressive mode she had become in, she was apologizing to like everyone, trying to make things right, trying to better her friends. But I loved when it came to Henry that it was both their fault for the falling out because Henry was going through his own stuff. So I love that that it wasn't just like one of them apologizing to the other, because they both had to make up for it in their own ways. And I really love how that was brought to attention, because like with everyone else, it was definitely Sarah's fault for the falling out. But with Henry, it was kind of both of them. They were both going through a lot. They both shut down.
Yeah.
And so I just really liked how you showed the case that.
Well, thank you. Henry and Sarah's friendship is really interesting because there are times where they can just be friends on equal footing. And then there's times where the differences in the power structure of the world they're living in is so apparent, and it's something Henry can just forget and Sarah cannot. And to try to have to like redefine their relationship at times was interesting for them to navigate.
Nice.
Very interesting.
Is there any scenes in any of your books that you were felt necessary to write but difficult for you to write? Necessary but felt difficult. You guys have any?
Yes.
Yes.
There's been a few. Oh boy. Wait, can I talk about them vaguely and without spoilers?
Yes. Yeah, there was in the B series in particular, Ellsby, what happens to Ellsby.
Oh my gosh, that makes me cry.
Necessary to write, and kind of already established by the time I got there that it happened, because of the way the B series works out. And it was incredibly difficult to write. What happens to Henry? Yeah, at the end of what happens to Henry at the end of book 1 in the series.
Oh my gosh, those are two of the hardest scenes for a reader.
What happens to Ellsby, though, in particular, is sort of more of it's kind of you get the response of it rather than it itself, which definitely made it a bit easier, but still very, very difficult.
Yeah. For me, I was kind of the same boat when it came to the 10th novella. I was not expecting for it to get that dark.
Oh,
um, because I talked a little about this before. Because like before I even decided to make the novellas, in the first book they do mention Joan briefly. Like they mention like what happened, and they mention like Khaleesi was too late for her, and Khaleesi was in the underworld dealing with Medusa problem. So I already knew when the 10th novella came that she was in the underworld and that it has something to do with Medusa. But I hadn't figured out what that was. Then when I was writing this novella, it turned into this big survivor support group that were trying to, rid the world of abusers, and I have no idea how that came about. But because I had also considered the possibility of Kalista being a survivor, because I was like, Caleb being the sadistic man he is, what chances were there of him not doing anything that sadistic? It's explained why Thana doesn't, because he's like grossed out by human touch. He's a necromancer. He's not even human. But Caleb is a sadistic man, so it's like, what were the So I had considered the possibility of that happening, but I wasn't sure if I was ever actually going to write it. But then when the 10th novella came, and that ended up being the whole focus point of the novella, I was like, yeah, let's mention it. And it was very, I had never, like, I wrote dark stuff before. Like, Khaleesi's entire past is dark. But this was a whole new form of darkness that was very difficult and very upsetting, but was necessary for the story to continue. So
it sounds like it's the high emotion scenes, but like really depressing or dark high emotion scenes that are like sometimes really difficult to do and so necessary.
yeah.
I get that. For me, high emotions make things kind of easier to write in a weird way. Like, just because the scene is dark doesn't make it harder for me. To me, what is hard is more mechanical scenes.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
Honestly, overall, the hardest scenes for me to write are the training sequences with Seraphina and Vivian. Those are the ones that I usually have the most trouble with. Also, fight scenes just in general.
Yeah. Fight scenes are the more
even when they're not like super crazy complicated ones, even if it's just, a 1v1 situation.
Yeah. I'm in the opposite for that, because I actually do really like writing fight scenes. And I think I've written kind of dark stuff before, but this novella was a whole different area. Some of the things they bring up, the things they mention, not just the fact that they all were assaulted, finding out more about Khaleesi's dark past, thinking it couldn't get any darker, but then it gets darker. And having things brought up like how a lot of times these survivors pay more than the abusers, and how a lot of times it's not always fair and stuff. Like a lot of these themes that are, I feel like, because it's a fantasy world, so there's going to be dark things, and it's like a lot of these things happen. But what I think made this so real was that this is something that happens in real life.
Yeah. I agree that emotions kind of help in terms of writing and being able to tap into those emotions. I think for me, I really like pretty language, and by pretty language I don't mean it has to sound like, I like shiver lines. That's a better description. Like really amazing ooh type of lines that make you like want to highlight them and be like, oh, that was a good one, like it's life altering type of lines. And evocative, that's the word. And I think sometimes like the more actiony fight scenes, I think I get so stuck in the like I want it to sound evocative and good, and I think sometimes I get stuck with that in action sequences and fight scenes where it's like I can't make this sound the way I want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
It's always nice when you kind of stumble into writing a line like that, though, because
Yeah.
because sometimes when I write them, I'm like, yeah, I'm just writing, and then I look back and I'm like, wait, did I come up with that? How did I make that happen?
One of those, oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both have amazing lines. There's times where like I'll read a piece and be like, read something you wrote, and I have to stop for a moment just to be like, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, so do you, Ellie. I know when I was reading Water's Edge, my mom's friend was over and they were talking, and I was reading it, and there were so many lines where I was like, oh my gosh, you guys have to hear this line, because they're both like hate everything that's going on in the real world too. And so I was like reading off lines. They were like, oh my gosh, that's so true, that's so accurate. We can definitely sympathize with that. And it's like there's just so many lines. Like I swear, there's a line every page that I was like, oh my gosh, this is just so good.
Thank you. High compliment. Definitely what I try to strive for in my writing.
Yeah, same. Is there anything that inspired the books you are currently writing about?
Yeah.
Do you guys have an answer for that?
I do, but it's easier to do show and tell, so I was just grabbing something off the table over there.
So a Dance of Bow and Blade in particular has been greatly inspired by the legends of King Arthur and Robin Hood and a whole slew of mythology. And then I've been reading a ton of books, not just about King Arthur and Robin Hood, but there was like this Daniel Dulski book called The Night House that came out recently that was all about like fairy tales and embracing the wild woman archetype and stuff like that. That has just been like, so every time I read Daniel Dulski, you want to talk about shiver ones. Oh my God. So yeah, stuff like that has just, I have on my Blue Sky, there's a thread I have of A Dance of Bow and Blade where I've been sharing some of the books that I've been reading that I've been using for inspiration and research and stuff like that.
Nice.
Very fun. So I'm just gonna share mine. I would say the closest like one-to-one the lighting makes this so much harder. This is Twisted Wonderland. This started as a mobile app made by Disney and an anime company. And you've got it's a all guys boarding school, and each of like the dorms is based off of a Disney villain.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So so this is probably, if there's any like, blueprint for a lot of the early world building of Tower of Memories, it's right here.
Oh,
So
interesting.
cool.
So I do recommend this series to anyone. There's currently a manga out. There's an anime in the works that's going to be on Disney Plus in a couple of months. And there's the mobile phone game that's you can just download for free.
Nice.
So cool.
Yeah. And they're all learning magic, and everybody's like inspired by either a Disney character or a thing. So like you have like the guy on the cover of this one is supposed to be like the Queen of Hearts stand-in. And what you won't expect when you first pick it up is like there's a lot of complicated mental health talk in this. Like you wouldn't expect it, but like this guy had like an uber controlling mother, and that's why he's become kind of a tyrant, like almost like obsessively with the Queen of Hearts rules.
Wow.
Like she would do things like measure in grams how much of anything he was allowed to even eat, or every second of his day was planned out for him for most of his life, which has led to him not doing well and desperately needing help and desperately needing friends to kind of snap him out of this and be like, what she did to you was messed up, dude.
Yeah.
So
That's amazing.
Nice.
That sounds so cool.
highly recommend.
My Skeleton Bride actually came to me with a Halloween costume I had several years ago, believe it or not.
Hey, inspiration comes from anywhere.
Right? I was going to my mom's friend's Halloween party, and I chose I was looking at Walmart for a Halloween costume, and I found Skeleton Bride. And I was like, sure, why not? And when I was in the car driving there, because I think we live like an hour away from them at this point. We live closer now, but back then we lived like a good hour or so away from her friend. So there was a long car drive. And an idea of a book featuring like a skeleton who like died on her wedding day that involves the Grim Reaper just started playing in my head like a movie. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to write this. And there
Have
came Bride.
Have you watched Tim Burton's Corpse Bride?
I haven't. I could never get into Tim Burton movies.
That's fair. What you're talking about, I'm like, I feel like you might like that movie a bit.
Yeah, I could see that. Plus, it's got like that like spooky side to all his stuff too.
I think the only movies of his I really got into were the live action Alice in Wonderland.
That's fair. I'm kind of a diehard Nightmare Before Christmas person myself, but you know.
I couldn't get into that. I tried watching it, but I could not get into that.
That's fair. I mean, I have a Jack Skellington on my desk that I'm looking at.
That's awesome.
Nice. It's funny where inspiration comes from sometimes.
Oh yeah. I was rewatching the entire Pirates of the Caribbean series with my family. And this new work in progress popped into my head that combines sort of Pirates of the Caribbean with Lady Hawk.
Oh boy.
I don't know if you know Lady Hawk, but I highly recommend it. It's really fun. Yeah, so that's another one that's kind of been dominating my writing sphere a little bit. I already have a playlist for it going, and already have the first few pages and a whole bunch of other random scenes in my notes, which has been fun because I've been trying so hard to focus on the 4th B book and A Dance of Bow and Blade, and these new characters popped up and we're like, nope, now we demand your attention too. But yeah, inspiration pops up.
I definitely feel like that because I know that I'm trying to focus on my Skeleton Bride series, maybe work on my Scooby-Doo retelling a little bit. But there's one series that I have also, I think, started, but I think I only got a few chapters in before I put it on hold to finish my other books. That has to do with witches and covens, and it's going to be a long series, and I, like, every so often the characters in there will pop into my brain. I'll be like, no, it's not your time yet.
Yeah.
It's really hard because it's like you have so many ideas and you want to work on them all. And if you do work on more than one, it takes longer for your books to get done. And it's like it's just a never-ending battle, I swear.
You know what's interesting though is how often I find that one thing I'm researching for one book influences another book. It happens like all the time where I'm reading this thing and I think like, oh, I'm going to read this for, help with research and inspiration of A Dance of Bow and Blade. And then I'm like, actually, you know what? This gives me an idea for the B series, but it also gives me an idea for this book. And I've had this story percolating in the back of my mind. And yeah.
It's funny. It's like what I was saying that I tend to like dream sequences and realms. Like when I'm reading through what I've already written, I notice a little similarity in one aspect with the realm monsters because Calista was so afraid she would turn into Caleb. And even though Anastasia isn't on the same level as Calista with a lot of things, like she's not as, angry and tortured as Calista, because I don't think I'll ever write a character with past like Calista's again. That was a lot, but because she's so focused on stopping her murderer before he, destroys the world, she is afraid she's turning into him by trying so hard to defeat him. And so it gives off little similarities with Calista being afraid that she's just like Caleb.
Yeah. It's fun, though, to have that dynamic of your MC being worried that they'll either turn into or become more like their greatest enemies.
Yeah.
I think there's a truth to that, too, especially depending on who that enemy is and what the enemy has done to them.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting how much a fantasy setting or a fantasy book allows you to explore themes of the real world. Like I always like with with the Tower of Memory series, there is this like generational trauma that is kind of explored with it as well. And I don't know, just the way you're able to like talk about emotions and these threads of things, and it's these like big real concept, but kind of getting to dig deep in different ways through fantasy is really cool.
Well, I think in a way it becomes easier to talk about some of that stuff when you add that layer of fantasy to it, or when you like divorce it just a little bit from the real world. Because even if the emotions and some of the experiences are real, the fact that not everything in it is 100% real kind of lets you like explore one aspect of it without having to deal with all of the other complications. It kind of lets you deal with like one piece at a time.
Yeah.
Which if you're, trying to heal or process, that can help.
Absolutely. And I think it also gives readers in particular who would be going through something similar words they can then use to express things they otherwise might not be able to. The ability to say that, oh, well, it kind of feels like this, and applying it to a more fantastical idea of something.
Well, and there's
it feels
also
like it's been 1,000 years of torture. Right? Yeah. Or I'd use another example, but I don't want to give anything away from Tower of Memory series.
Yeah, and there's also, I think, this feeling of when you're in the moment, when you're experiencing this thing, whatever it might be, there tends to be this idea of like, oh, but there's people who are experiencing something worse than me, so it's not that bad. I'll be fine. I don't need to, deal with this, or I don't need to like, just take the time to fix this, because it's not that bad. But then you actually like see your situation through another person's eyes, or see someone else in that exact situation. Like, no, what I went through was messed up. Right. And like that, for a lot of people, just having that thought to begin with can be like, oh,
that's huge.
No part of that was okay.
Right. And it makes you feel a little less alone, because a lot of the stuff that the characters go through that a person might be able to relate to is very lonely. It makes you feel lonely, and it gives you this perception that you are alone sometimes when you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely something
If you are alone, it gives you somebody else as a friend for the time being.
There's also definitely something Calista has to go through in the last book. Like, she finally accepts that, like, she didn't deserve everything she went through. Like, she thought she was a bad person for so long because she did so many bad things. But a lot of the things she did, she wouldn't have done if it wasn't for Caleb. So it's like, it goes back to, it was because of what happened that night, because of what he did to her all those centuries. And she finally accepted that she didn't actually deserve any of this, that she wasn't like Caleb after all.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, especially in certain circumstances, there's, that risk of that thought of like, did I bring this on myself through somehow? And usually the answer is no. Like 99% of the time, the answer to that question is no. Like, this is not on you. Like, you didn't do this to yourself or to the people around you,
One scene I really liked in The Queen of Monsters was Calista was having this like inner monologue with herself, and she was like, she was thinking about that day, and she was like, would I change it if I could go back and do it? And she while thinking to herself, she was like, on the days that the PTSD is bad, on the days that I hate myself and want to crawl into a hole, I would change it. But then on the days that I am baking with Isabella or studying with Henry or having fun with Rain, then no, I wouldn't. Because it's like the bad days could make you want to just crawl into your hole, but then the good days, it's like, because even though all these bad things happen, she wouldn't be with these people she loves now if all those bad things didn't happen. So it's like this, bad things happen, but look who I have now because of it, sort of thing.
Yep. That's almost one-to-one kind of the emotional process Serafina gets to have towards the end of the year. She's like, bad things have happened and will happen, and I can't control a lot of those things, but I have people in my life now,
Yeah.
and I want to keep those people, even at certain risks.
I feel like that's something that both kind of Ari and Sarah go through a little bit too, because they both started off basically alone, more or less, or at least feeling alone. But then so much crap happens, yes, but at the same time, now they have people, they have friends, they have like this little found family. And it's like at one point, part of you wants to change everything so that you wouldn't go through all that torment, but the other part of you doesn't want to give up what you have because of all that torment.
There's actually part in Impossible Dream where Sarah and her friend Elsby are talking, and Sarah starts to do the whole what if thing, like this idea of we wouldn't be here, and what if this, and if this didn't happen, then we'd never be. And Elsby kind of stops her and says, like, I'm not into gambling, and I can't begin to tell you what if or what if not. All I can offer you is right now. Like this idea of we can't play these games, you're going to torture yourself with this, but let's just have this moment together kind of thing.
Yeah. There's always that question of like, if you could tell your past self something, what would you tell them? Or would you risk telling them anything at all to risk changing certain things, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We're just gonna leave that there and not like expand on that.
I'm not going to touch that because I am notorious for giving shit away, and
I'm so bad with spoilers too, especially with my own books. It's like I'm just sprouting things, and then I'm like, okay, should I be saying this? Is it too spoilery? I'm very bad about that.
Well, sometimes you forget, like, not everybody knows what you know.
Yeah,
You know, it's like,
There's also
yeah,
having
you've known
to
this plot
remember-
twist for a year, but nobody else does.
yeah.
There's also having to remember where certain things fall. So you're like, is this technically a spoiler? And you're like, well, not if they've read book 1 and 2, it isn't. Or is
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
When did that happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that Ellie has seen Charmed. I don't know if you have, Alyssa, but
I'm very familiar with Charmed.
okay,
Yeah.
I absolutely love the show. And
You might not be able to tell from some of the themes and the way the families are presented in Tower of Memories and like those generations.
Now that you say that, okay, I can see that. Yeah.
but in this one episode, that 70s episode, Phoebe ended up writing a note for her mom to keep her away from water on the day that she died and put it into the Book of Shadows. But then right before they left, she ends up taking it out, choosing not to warn her after all. And it was like a huge moment because like with Phoebe, it was always a bit different when it came to her mom's death because it's like at least the others have some memories. Phoebe doesn't have any memories of her mom. And it's like always this what if question with Phoebe. Like, what if I got to actually meet my mom, like have a relationship with her? And so her deciding not to tell her was like this big step and a very important step for Phoebe to have. And it was just such a good moment.
Yeah.
I think
Sure,
that's
sure.
the other thing that's really interesting when writing a family dynamic in particular, is the different experiences within the same family. Like the idea that just because you share the same parents and have occupied the same space for the same time does not mean that your experience is exactly the same.
Yeah.
And to be able to sort of explore that is always very interesting, and especially what they take away from it and how it affects them and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think if you ask, Ruby and Lucinda how they feel about their childhoods, you will get wildly different answers.
Yeah,
I feel like the same with Astoria and Ayana.
definitely.
I mean, I feel like that's going to be true with like any like set of siblings.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting to explore that, those things, especially in the B series, especially because there's so many like families with siblings. And more comes up in book 4. And then in A Dance of Bow and Blade, you have another interesting dynamic of the character of Art, who is sort of kind of stuck between 2 different half-sisters.
one from her dad's side of the family, one from her mom's side of the family. And so the interaction between the three of them has been very fascinating to write.
I can imagine, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, it was very interesting to write the Kami family, because
Oh yeah.
Henry was adopted. He's a Cyclops, whereas everyone else are witches, and and it was very interesting because it's like I don't feel like we get those kind of stories very often, and to showcase that, yeah, he might be adopted, but everyone loved him just as much, except for maybe Ayana, but she's twisted.
Well, who cares what she thinks?
Yeah, who cares what she thinks? I agree. But like Isabella definitely has this protective older sister, and she never considers him her adopted brother. He's just her brother. And same with Astoria. Like she doesn't play favoritism. Like it doesn't matter that Isabella is her blood. Henry is just as much her child as Isabella.
Yeah. There's a couple of like adopted people in Tower of Members. Russell is adopted, and that's kind of a thing. And then there's the technical adoption of certain types of people into covens.
Yeah, that's been very interesting. I'm looking forward to learning more about that. I have
We're going
questions.
to, I promise.
I'm really excited with the way you bring it up through different characters, because like in I don't think this is giving anything away, so forgive me if it does. Book 6, there's the one conversation the one character has with Serafina about the issues her brother's having with adjusting, and like it's between that and Ruby and a specific other character that I will not go into detail about. It's just been really interesting, that dynamic in the magic world, and I've been wondering so much about that in particular.
Well, I mean, I'm going to attempt to explain this in as little spoilery way as possible. I think part of it is, how old is a character when that happens?
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Ruby was a bit younger, so her adjustment period was a bit easier. The character who we can't name right now was a bit older, so that's why he had a negative reaction to it. And then there's going to be this other character we're going to meet in a few chapters. Because, should I say this? Hang on.
It's always hard to decide what you can and can't.
I have a drawer full of dice right here.
Why does that not surprise me?
So, if one is paying attention, they may have already guessed this, but yeah, the new dragon is going to be, one of those, someone in that circumstance that I'm talking about.
That makes sense.
So with that's going to be, definitely a conversation that's going to need to be had,
So can I ask, feel free to be like, you can't ask this, but
you're welcome to ask, but I promise no answers.
Okay, that's fair. Do they lose all contact with their non-magical families?
Yes.
Like they can't be in contact at all. So it's literally, yeah, that's the impression I was getting, which is part of the reason I was like, oh my God, this is fascinating. Like
there's that element of like, for some people this works very well, but for some people that's kind of messed up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so that's why I was like, oh wow, I can't wait to learn more about this, because of like the inherent drama that's true, that would be, that you would get from that. The internal turmoil. This is fabulous.
Yeah.
I sound evil at the moment.
It's a thing. Yeah. There's a reason that character that gets mentioned is having trouble adjusting.
Yeah.
See, for like Henry, I feel like it was hard because he was when he was a bit younger, so you'd think the adjustment would be easier, but with the different circumstances, because it's like if you adopt anyone else, like let's say they adopted, Jeremy because he's a warlock, then no one would really blink an eye. He's part of the witch warlock family, but Henry's a Cyclops, and this was still during a time when species did not like each other. So That's a good adjustment, because everyone kind of looked down, but they also couldn't say anything because Historia is the leader of the realm. So they couldn't exactly say anything, but they kind of like would leave Henry out of stuff because he wasn't the same as Isabella. But Isabella being the protective big sister she always was, because like the minute she met Henry, she was like, I'm taking you home. It was adorable interaction. But she would be like, no, you can't do that to my brother. And it's like, so they both kind of got outcasted a lot when they were younger because he wasn't a witch and she dared to stand up for a Cyclops. So it made the adjustment period just a little bit harder for them.
But I imagine there's also a compounding of things for Henry too, because you also have like the autism that has set him apart even from people who otherwise would accept him and the circumstances. You know, that added level of a bit of loneliness to those types of interactions that it sometimes feels like he has as well.
Yeah, he's definitely unique, but we love him. And
yes, we do. He is awesome. I think it's the end of the first book that has one of my favorite scenes with him.
The book, yeah. I knew exactly what scene you were talking about.
Oh yeah. It's been, I think one of the dynamics in terms of families that has been interesting to write was Oathkeeper, with the idea that you have this character who is kind of adopted by this woman who then passes away, and she had a child herself, and so the Oathkeeper kind of like views this little girl as their sister, and but nobody else really gets that or understands that. And so everything they're trying to do is for their little sister, but they're kind of being outcasted even from the family that the little sister winds up going to.
Yeah.
As well. And then in A Dance of Bow and Blade, with the dynamic of the three sisters, you have what is known as the old ways versus the new ways. And the old ways is kind of far more earth-based, far more paganish. And then you have the new ways, which is more probably aligned with the church, but I don't really write about the church that much. And so this idea of also the development of things like the stones and the stone walls and the blocking and sort of the separation of nature is the new ways. And the one sister who's from the dad's side of the family is of the new ways, and the one sister who's from the mom's side of the family is of the old ways. And so there's even more this feeling for Art's character of being pulled in two different directions.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Family dynamics are always interesting.
Oh, they're so much fun. And you could do so much with them.
Yeah, I know in my Curses Light series, I had twins, but they were kind of on opposite sides of the battle. So that's always fun. They had a lot of development, and there's even a redemption arc for the one that was on the evil side. And I really liked a lot of their scenes, like them try, because they were twins and they were witches, so they had this like telepathy they could do with each other, and there were so many great moments with like Althea trying to reason with Sydney trying to be evil because that's what she thinks she's supposed to do, because the person she's following is her father, which makes it more interesting, and especially with what happens at the end of The Witch of Light. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say it does not end pretty for this family.
It never does.
No.
Yeah. Twins are always like a fun thing to have.
Oh, that's a fun dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know Dimension 20 at all, but I've started watching A Crown of Candy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the relationship between the character Emily plays and the character Siobhan plays, where they're twins, is just that's what is it? It's Jet and Ruby, I think.
Yeah.
And that's been a lot of fun to see, especially because they have a twin speak thing they do with each other and everything.
I don't want to say anything, but like I'm very familiar with Crown of Candy and what happens there. And, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been fun to watch. He's been merciless during this particular campaign.
It's that whole campaign is just a ride. It's just like,
Yes.
oh my god. Because you don't expect to be that stressed out over a bunch of candy people and people rolling dice. But it's like, this is not
Right?
okay. This is not okay. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Oh yeah.
Another interesting family dynamic is with Ari and her brothers.
Oh my god, yes. That's been and
Yes,
again there's so much more of it in book 4.
So for
Um
that.
oh my god, poor Ari. Ari's situation is one where she is the only girl and the middle child with 4 brothers. And the younger 2 are twin. Her mother dies when she's like 6 years old. And her older brothers are dragged away to work with the father, essentially, leaving her at home most of the time by herself with these 2 twin newborns that she has to care for herself, take care of all by herself, essentially, on top of grieving her mother and, barely being able to tie her own shoes. And she basically deals with that for 3 years before she runs away. And by the time B starts, she's like 17 years old, and her older brothers have never forgiven her. And there's a lot of resentment, and she struggled because, they want her to fulfill the societal roles expected of a woman, and she's like, F that. So,
Like I said, her and Kalista would get along.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Older
It's
brother.
been hell waiting for the
Always
4th
the
book in B. Yeah, you not waiting for the Oscars.
High compliment. I definitely know the feeling though, because every time you guys are like, okay, I'm getting close to the end of the book I'm writing, you're writing, I'm like, oh great, I'll get the popcorn ready. Great.
Yeah.
And oh my god, with book 6, the way you sprinkle so many things, like you think, okay, right, this is a series, so the ending is going to wrap up the first school year and then intrigue you for the next book. No, all throughout book 6 are these, you can expect this character in 2 years, and there's this character that's going to be in it soon, and then there's this to look forward to, and oh, by the way, the trials happen every year, and there's 47 different ones to choose from. So, yeah, you're like, from like the first chapter, you're like, I cannot wait for the next book. And your novella series was the same way, by the way, just letting you know. The amount of times you're like, oh, this is going to come up. Oh, was that foreshadowed? Oh, what about this? And then if you know any hint of the history of this time period, you know what's coming for book 10. And you're like, oh my God, not yet. I'm not ready. So.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew this was not just even if you don't know history. Like it's mentioned in book 1 of the Realm Monsters, so you knew book 10 was coming. But that never made you any more prepared.
No,
Yeah.
I maintain the fact that you guys are just
Yeah,
so much fun to
there
read your book.
definitely is an element of like, if you know what this creature like is IRL, then like you might be able to guess a certain thing that might be able to happen. Because for those of you who may not know, a wraith is not actually like supposed to be like a creature, like a zombie or whatever. A wraith is supposed to be like an image of someone who is about to pass. Like it's a forewarning of someone about to die. So
Right.
once you know that, you're like, wait, does that mean that, oh no.
Oh my
So if you
God.
know that, then you might be able to guess that that certain things are, about to happen.
So, were you, when it came to writing stuff like Wraiths and everything, which has this mythology in our own world about this kind of stuff, was this stuff that like you already knew, or was this stuff that like you researched in anticipation, or that you were like Wraith and oh hi, I should probably look that up type of deal?
Well, it's kind of a blend of both, because I play a lot of like fantasy games and I read a lot of fantasy stuff, so I've heard all of these things before, and most of them pull from the same like kind of pool in a way.
Right.
So for everyone that I knew 100% what it was and what I was going to do with it, there was another one I did have to like look up and make sure that I was using correctly.
Interesting.
So in the case of Wraiths, I knew, and then I didn't know how exactly I was going to fold that element of it, into the rest of the thing, because I didn't. I'll level with you. I didn't know the exact specifics on the Wraith when I first put it into the story, but I did know the details of that after, before finishing book 2. So.
Interesting.
So if you're looking for foreshadowing on that certain thing, that's the place to look.
Okay. I will remember that. I have to go back and reread like Tower of Memory series now.
You're like,
now that my mind has been blown and I have
there's like,
beautiful
I know I missed
prediction.
Easter eggs. Now I know where it's going. Let's see if I can find them now. Yeah. There's a few scattered about.
Yeah.
I'll say this: the hint of who the bad guy isn't usually in scenes with him in it. So
Okay.
yeah.
It's always interesting when you're like writing.
Although there is a hint in the first scene you see that character in their introduction.
Okay. I
That's
think I know what you're talking about, potentially.
DM me later, I'll tell you if it's correct.
Okay.
It's always interesting when you're like writing characters that were real in history or writing
Yeah.
things that have its own mythology. It's like you want to keep some of it true, but also some of it has to fit your story. That was my problem with like Joan of Arc. I wanted to keep her story true, but I had to change some things to fit my story.
Yeah.
I also had to age her up because she was technically 14. There was no way I was gonna have Joan be 14. That would just be creepy on so many levels. And then like with Banshees, like this was the first time I really wrote a Banshee, and I've only seen a Banshee played out a couple of times. So it's like I had to come up with my own spin of it, and it's always interesting to try to like write something that's already been out there, but you have to create your own spin on it, make it fit into your world and your story.
Oh my gosh, there was this. I was researching for Dance of Bow and Blade, and there was a book I was reading that was basically about the Seat Perilous and from the King Arthur stories. And the introduction of the book I got so much out of, because it was talking about the idea of when dealing with retellings and making it your own. And I wish I could remember the quote because it was so amazing. I have it on Blue Sky somewhere. I'll have to try to find it. But it was just this really empowering thing about not being afraid to, make the book fit you and the time, and like the stories fit you and what you're trying to say. And it was just this really, like, it kind of felt like it gave me permission to offer the types of twists I was going to do with the Bow of, and I wound up doing with the Dance of Bow and Blade. And it's especially been interesting because I kind of had these different Celtic myths that I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. And like my brain forms connections that other people would probably think is absolutely insane. And the amount of times I was like, this makes sense for this, and this makes sense for this, and this makes sense for this. And then realizing those 3 separate things that made sense for 3 different branches actually all connect in like a frighteningly amazing way. And I'm just like, I have blown my own mind.
I love when that happens, when you manage to make everything connect.
And you're like, I didn't even realize I did that.
Exactly. Like when you can blow your own mind is amazing. But sometimes making things connect, it can be hard too. It's like that was my struggle in the Queen of Monsters. I mentioned like having trouble making sure it was balanced, but also, everyone was doing their own thing, and I had to make sure it all connected in the end, and it was very hard.
Yeah. It's kind of like a puzzle, but the way I write kind of feels like it lends itself to that too. But you just sort of quilt it all together.
Yeah. It's like you have all the pieces, now you just have to make sure they all fit.
Right. Absolutely. I like the challenge of that.
Yeah, and not just making
That's half the fun.
where they
Yeah.
fit.
Alyssa, you said that you play a lot of fantasy games, and I'm assuming you're talking about stuff, including the fact that you have a drawer full of dice. That some of that I'm assuming is like RPG stuff with like the
Oh, yeah.
D&D and Pathfinder.
I mean, I don't play as many tabletop games as I used to because I have no one to play them with, but mostly it's video games.
Okay. I was just wondering if you GM.
I have in the past. I would be willing to again, but again, my biggest problem is I have nobody to play with. So
That could be fun.
I always wanted to play D&D, but I don't have anyone to play it with.
We could fix that.
we could, in theory.
What about you, Johara? Have you ever played a role-playing game?
I haven't. I always thought it would be fun, but I never really had anyone to do all that stuff with.
I always thought it would be kind of fun to turn the B world into an RPG setting.
It could be.
There's a lot of myth and lore for the different kingdoms and everything that could very easily translate to some of the more fantastical beasts and everything. So.
I'm not big into video games, but I would play that one.
Just out of curiosity, what are your favorite Disney movies?
I have to pick a favorite. Okay. For simplicity's sake, I'm gonna pick like made by Disney under the Disney umbrella, has the logo when you open it up for the first time. Anything that's under like a subsidiary or something that they bought, I'm just gonna not count. Not because they're not good, but because I feel like that would make this question more complicated than it
choose from.
So I'm gonna also like preface this with like the one I'm most likely to like watch on my own, like flip on just for because I want to watch it. And that's probably would have to be Fantasia.
Okay.
Which is maybe not the one people are gonna expect me to say. But
I can actually see that. I could see that,
yeah.
Fun fact, that's one of my sister's names. Just throwing that out there.
That's awesome.
For me, this is a very hot take from what I've seen, but I actually prefer newer Disney than older Disney when it comes to movies, not Disney Channel shows. I feel like the Disney Channel shows I grew up with are better than the ones they come out with now, but when it comes to Disney movies, I prefer the newer ones. Like, I love Encanto and Wish and Raya and the Last Dragon, Luca. All those are so amazing, so fun. But I also do have to throw in one older one because it's always been a favorite of mine, and that is Mulan. I love Mulan.
Mulan, yeah.
Look, any situation where a girl has a sword and is using it to kick butt, it's just an instant win.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my god.
Everyone always talks about how brave she is, how strong she is. But one thing that nobody ever talks about is how smart she is.
Oh, so smart. Like the scene where she has to climb, where she's gonna climb the pole. Oh my god, brilliant!
Exactly. Or when she did the whole avalanche, that was all.
Yeah.
Same with the fan to get his sword away from him. That was all smart. She might be brave and strong, but she wins battles with strategy, and I absolutely love it. It's a detail that no one ever talks about.
No, it's honestly, I think even the live action movie missed that part of the equation.
Yes, I am salty about the live action.
I'll level with you. I've only watched a couple of live action ones, but I watched the Cinderella one. That was okay. Maleficent was meh. I mean, not really my thing, but it was cool. The rest of them, I'm just I watched a couple and they pissed me off, so I'm just gonna not watch the rest of them.
I have respect for that decision.
another hot take when it comes to live actions, because not all of them, but there's a good portion of them that I actually prefer over the originals, and I have my own reasons for them. Like Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Alice in Wonderland, Maleficent, Little Mermaid. I would love those live actions. I feel like I'm missing one, but I would watch those over the originals. But then there's the Lion King, and then there's especially the live action Mulan. Just no.
That one
Just no.
And okay, so see, the thing is, I was a Disney child. I grew up on the Disney movies. I loved the Disney movies, and it was Little Mermaid.
I feel like I need to like have this shirt like on screen right now because this is a Disney Parks shirt.
That is fabulous.
We're having this conversation.
And yeah, so it was Little Mermaid for me, and then Mulan came out, and Mulan has been my favorite since I was like, God, when did that come out? I think it was like 3 or 4. That might have been the first movie I actually saw in the movie theater ever. And yeah, so it's got such a. I remember when the movie came out and the McDonald's toys that came out around the same time. So Mulan and Little Mermaid are like have such a special place in my heart. So
for me, the Little Mermaid, like I don't buy, because I know people used to say like, oh, Ariel like threw away her tail for a guy, which that's not actually true if you watch the movie.
There's so much more to it than that.
Exactly. But I felt like the Ariel and Eric relationship in the original felt a little forced, because I felt like he was chasing after this mystery girl the entire time, and I don't feel, at least in the way I saw it, was that he didn't really like her until the end when he realized it was the same person. But the live action, he kept forgetting about the mystery girl because he was falling for Ariel, and I just love that little change.
Well, we always kind of saw them bonding. I mean, yeah, he was still thinking about that girl, because when he does kind of like ditch Ariel, that's less to do with him thinking, you know, Ursula is mystery girl, and more like he's literally under a spell.
Yeah.
Which is not his fault.
I'm not talking about the spell things, just there were some things that kind of, I don't know, made me feel like
And that's fair. You know.
It's also funny because I know that there's like romantic aspects in these movies, but that was never the thing I was like that I was invested in growing up watching them.
Honestly.
I love their characters and stories, and yeah. I also love Anna from Frozen.
Yes, me too.
But see, I also see like Tarzan is another one that like we had the soundtrack to Tarzan, so we used to play the CD over and over again. And I also love like some of the more underrated ones like Oliver and Company and stuff like that.
That's fair.
I like a lot of the newer ones, because I feel like a lot of them showcase that there's like a lot of the older ones, even though they're not as toxic as people try to make them out to be sometimes, like saying that Ariel threw away her tail for a man. It was so much more than that. Is that like whoever said that like was not paying attention in the movie. But like they still, almost all of them centered around romance. Then there was the occasional one like Mulan that even though there was a romance, there was a bigger story. And maybe that's why I liked it so much, because even though there was a romance, it wasn't the main center of the story. And then
I think part of that is, you know, the stories those movies were originally drawn from and inspired, you know, by.
Well, yeah, but
And the shift in societal messaging as well. Like I feel like there's a change in what is necessarily seen as, perhaps, I'm going to word this horribly, so forgive me, acceptable for a woman to want.
yeah, exactly.
Well, it's this idea of like, you know, and like you hear that in like, you know, things that are required for a story. It's, you know, an antagonist and conflict and a love interest is like a required character you need to have, you know, same with like mentors or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that might have been true, but like that's not true for every story or every character's journey.
Yeah, and I like a lot of the newer Disney movies because they focus on friendship or family sometimes. Like, it's okay to have stories about romance. Like, yeah, but my problem with it is that sometimes they act like romance is the only thing, and it's not. And not every person wants romance, or sometimes they're young enough that romance isn't on their mind yet because they're what? Most of these characters are what? 18 or younger, or a little bit older, and it's like Encanto has to do with family and generational trauma and stuff. Luca has to do with best friends, and it's like I'm so glad that we're seeing more of that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it also depends on what the storyteller has taken from the stories they grew up on. Because, like, I loved these movies growing up, and they do have romantic stories, and, like, I knew there was romantic elements to them, but I just, like, didn't care about that portion of it. And so, like, even when I tend to write romance, there is heavily a focus on other stuff going on too. And what you take from the romances and stuff like that as well. Like I've seen a lot of people criticize Beauty and the Beast and the idea of Belle falling for her captor and stuff like that. But for me, it was always this feeling of she found a place where she belonged.
Yeah, that was
And
actually
she found somebody who, like, there's the classic I Want song, right, that she does, and what he offers her, like, she doesn't fall for him instantly.
yeah, exactly.
They literally show months pass.
Right, and they show that very well, too, I want to say. And the way that he grows is, you know, sort of what she is responding to. And so, like, those things, when you're growing up with it, and those are the things you're seeing, it's going to affect the way you then write a story as well.
Yeah. See, Beauty and the Beast was actually my favorite when I was younger. Before Mulan just became my favorite, Beauty and the Beast was my favorite. I absolutely loved it. And like people would be like, "Oh, Belle has Stockholm syndrome" and stuff like that. And I saw someone's take about it just the other day, and I actually loved it. She was like, "Stockholm syndrome means she would have been so obsessed with her captor, but Beast actually gave her a chance to leave. And even though she was falling for him, first of all, her father was more important. That's not Stockholm syndrome. Second of all, she something I don't think the original added this line that the live action did. I might be wrong. It's been a while since I've seen the original, but something that happened right before he showed her her father, and she found out that he was like picking or whatever. She says, "Do you think you could be happy here?" And she's like, "Can you ever be happy if you're not free?" And I really love that line because it shows that this isn't Stockholm syndrome. If it was, she wouldn't care. She fell for him, but she still wanted her father. She still wanted her freedom.
Also, based off what I've researched about things like Stockholm syndrome, I've heard that it's not actually a diagnosis. Like, it's not a thing.
Really?
I mean, I'm probably off base here, but my understanding is that it doesn't fit the criteria, or there's not actually a way to like diagnose it or something. And even what it was based off of was a completely like misunderstanding of the circumstances. I could be very far off base, but that's some of what I've read about it.
It's connected to fear responses because, like, everybody knows fight or flight, right? But there's more in that, like, category than those two options. There's fawn, which is basically where you do everything in your power to please who or whatever is doing this to you to get them to stop as kind of a response to it. And I think it's more connected to that kind of idea than anything else.
Okay, see, now that makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So that's kind of the thing. And I mean, yeah, she's like intimidated by Beast when they first meet, but it becomes very clear she's not that scared of him. Just gonna throw that out there. Like, she's a little intimidated, like when she first sees him, she's just like, oh.
Yeah.
But like after a while, she's like, he's just throwing another tantrum.
She knocks back on the door. She stands up to him multiple times. She shouts back, and then you have that part where after she comes back from the wolf attack and he like hisses and like pulls back and does the whole "Arr" thing, she's like, dude, do you want help or not? Right? Like,
Yeah, she sasses him, which is
oh
great.
yeah. Which is why you love
He gets what
that.
he needs. He was an arrogant jerk when he was human, and what he needs is someone who's not afraid to call him out on his crap.
Yeah. And another part that I think actually makes the relationship feel a bit more real in a sense is, and when we see Belle interact with Gaston, you
Yeah.
know, basically makes fun of her hobbies and is like, this is silly and stupid. Women shouldn't want this. But Beast's response is like, oh, you like books? I have lots of books. You're welcome to them.
I have library.
or like Gaston was like, oh, women should read, and then Beast is like, read to me again, and it's like so adorable, and it's like it's really good at showcasing why the
Yeah.
Beast is better. Because apparently, I did not know this until recently, but there are people, I think there's a small few people who think Belle should have ended up with Gaston. And I'm just sitting here like,
Did you not watch the movie?
right?
Okay.
Like, I swear
Are these the same, you know, incel groups that have been like dominating the manosphere or whatever? Like that's what that sounds
I
like.
think the
Yeah.
only people who think that are people who think that they are Gaston, you know.
Yeah,
just-
seriously.
And I think that some people just do not have media literacy. Like, I'll hear Ellie talking about my books when she's giving me notes, and it's like, she'll be like, I love how you do this, and it's things that I don't flat out mention. It's just things that you can see by reading between the lines. And some people don't have that, even when they watch a movie. Like, you're going to tell me you're watching this entire movie, and at the end of it, you take away that Belle should have ended up with Gaston. Be for real.
See, and the other thing too about the relationship when you really think about it of Beast and Belle is Belle also provides a safe place for Beast to grow as well. Like in the way that Beast kind of offers Belle the kind of acceptance and belonging she doesn't find in the small town she lives in. I feel like she offers him space to be more than what he was in some cases, or bring out what was always inside, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, you get this sense of like, even as evidence is littered all over the place that he was, you know, somebody once upon a time, at no point are they like, you know, at no point does the idea of him turning back into a prince like seem to like cross her mind. Like that's not like a goal for her, even when she starts to fall for him, is to like turn him back into a prince for her own sake. You know?
Right.
I mean, he does eventually, but like you don't get the sense of like that's.
But that's
something
not
she's worried
why
about.
she falls for him.
Yeah.
It allows him to be more than just the title.
Yeah.
It's more genuine and deep.
Yeah.
You know, he becomes, you know, a human to her. They're a person. He connects with his humanity. You know, it's not just like a yes, sir, we'll do whatever you say, like the servants in Cogsworth do, which probably led to the way that he is and the way that he was.
Cogsworth. Chocolate promises you don't intend to keep.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just when you hear some people talk about these movies, and then you're just thinking to yourself, did we watch the same movie?
Yeah.
Are you paying attention, bud?
Oh, the amount of times that has happened where I'm like, what do you mean that is your takeaway from this story? Look, okay, I'm sure it can be open to interpretation, and yeah, everybody can respond differently, but what do you mean that was what you took away from it?
Exactly. Like, it's one thing, like, everyone's gonna have a movie and get different takeaways, right? But there's some things that, like, Belle ending up with Gaston shouldn't be anybody's takeaway. I'm sorry, it just shouldn't.
No.
This movie makes it so clear on so many levels why Belle is better why Belle and Beast work and Belle and Gaston never could. Like those little comments we were talking about, like with books and stuff. Like the movie did such a way to show why.
He tries to get her father locked up, won't take no for an answer. Like he's abusive to so many individuals there. Like, dude. He stalks her. No.
No. Just no.
No. I think these are the people that are like, they take away more like beauty standards. Like Gaston's hot, so she should end up with him, even if he's a raging jerk. The Beast is a like he was a jerk too. Don't get me wrong, but it's like different because Gaston is the
Like
kind
we
of
learned.
that doesn't change. Beast is the kind of jerk that grows. You know?
Like if you asked Beast at the end of the movie if he'd ever been a jerk, he'd been like, "Yes, these are the times when I messed up." If you asked Gaston, he'd be like, "I'm perfect. What are you talking about?"
Exactly.
There's
Like-
literally a song about this.
Exactly.
They literally sing a song. But yeah.
This whole talk reminds me of a conversation I had with a friend once who had watched the new Nosferatu movie, and he was like, "I'm so mad that they portrayed these things because like acting this way gets you in trouble." I'm like, "She dies at the end because of these actions. How did you take away that the movie was endorsing them?"
Wow.
Yeah.
Like she dies as a result of the things that she did. Of course, the movie is like heavily implying that you shouldn't do this. But like
Oh.
whatever.
It's also interesting as a writer because sometimes I find that readers' reactions can also feed a bit of what I want to add at times. Like there's been readers who have made comments about Ari's brothers and like what they thought the motivation behind the brothers were, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting, and has sort of colored some of the stuff I want to add into book 4 about her relationship with them to kind of clarify a little bit more of where I was trying to take it. Or like there have been responses to like things involving the way Maybelle in An Impossible Dream had responded to her bullies, and the idea of, oh, she's turning out just as evil and bad as they are. And so like in book 4 I want to like explore a little bit more of like, okay, hold on, wait a minute with that type of deal, to try to like clarify and also bring up other elements where it's like kind of shift the conversations that you see happening in society about these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. And it's like sometimes you get I can't think of the right word, but like they like criminalize you standing up for yourself. Like, yeah, you shouldn't become the bully, but just standing up to yourself for bullies shouldn't get you in trouble, you know? And
Right.
just because you're standing up to yourself and pushing back and not letting them walk all over you doesn't mean that you're becoming them. You shouldn't go around and do that to other people because then, yeah, you're becoming them. But just standing up to yourself and not taking it for the bullies doesn't mean you're becoming them.
Right.
Hello, so glad you could join us. To be honest, it is interesting how men and women could take away totally different things from watching a Disney movie. So true.
Yes. Different perspectives and stuff like that.
For sure. Ugh. And like I said, it's everyone's gonna take away different things, but there's just some things that there's no way that's what you took away from it. Like sometimes I just sit here and listen to people talk, be like, you watched it, right? You actually watched it, right?
Yeah.
But like, there's such a big stigma on romance, you know? And I don't think there's anything wrong with romance. Like, romance is great, you know? I mean, it's not for everyone, but like this book doesn't have any romance in it.
Well, that's
And yeah, thanks. And I've heard people say like, "Oh, if your book doesn't have romance, it's not going to sell." It's like some people don't look for just plain romance. You know, like if you want romance, go read a romance book. There's plenty of them out there. The point of my book isn't romance. Even the books that have romance in it, like The Realm of Monsters, there's romance in it, but it's such a minor thing compared to the bigger picture. You know?
I find that I'm for the longest time I didn't think I liked romance, which is particularly funny given the stories I grew up with. That I'm like, yeah, I love this. Like Last of the Mohicans. So, and I've realized that I'm very particular about romance. I recently read a romance called Bride of the McHugh, which is like my mother's favorite book ever, and I was just like, see, this I like this. But yeah, I enjoy the romances you guys write. There was, oh no, I forgot the title. What is the short story I read of yours, Alyssa? The superhero one.
Removing the Veil, I think.
Yes. Oh my God, that was great. That was fabulous. I love that. The relationship. Oh my God. But like both of you guys have such a tendency, like even their side characters in Tower of Memories, like Angelina and Celica. Tell me,
They're so cute.
you're not gonna break my heart with Angelina and Celica, are you?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
before I say anything, listen. Remember what we said about how we don't have full scope of the plans yet? That's where that situation is.
Okay.
I don't have a whole. I don't know where anyone's gonna end up as far as like the relationships are concerned.
Victor and Lucinda. Oh my God, Victor and Lucinda. Oh my God, Victor. And especially the conversation and Victor's intermission in book 6. Oh, the way he talks, the way he acts with Lucinda, just oh my God.
Yeah.
And then of course, you know, I'm a huge fan of Jolista. That's my also. I like Roxanne and Callista for a number of reasons, and especially with some of the stuff that goes down in book 3 of Realm of Monsters series. But I gotta say, Jolista is. I'm a diehard Jolista fan.
I feel the same way with Sarah and Frol.
Oh, thank you.
Like, I love their dance. And then what happened after their dance, the way Frol makes sure Sarah's okay with what was about to go down, because things could end very badly for her if anyone found out. And he was so respectful and so sweet.
That was very important for me, that there was a huge level of consent that was clear, not only because consent important,
Yes.
but also because you do have this difference in power dynamic technically with the fact that she's a servant and he's a prince. And
Yeah.
so the idea that it's literally him saying, you take the lead, was really important in that moment for me to write it that way.
Yeah.
But oh my God, wait till he gets to the wedding in book 4. Sarah's just, I love what she does.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Also, I have AU ideas that pop into my head occasionally. That's like, what if this was to happen? Or what if like Matthew never died? Or things like that. And every single AU I can possibly think of, Ron and Sarah wind up together. They are meant to be.
They're the definition
Soulmates
of
every universe.
I'll find you. I love it. But I feel like there's so many toxic couples portrayed in TV and in books, and people liking these. Like, I don't know if either of you have ever seen The Vampire Diaries.
Yes.
But one thing that annoys me is how everyone wants Caroline to end up with Klaus, even though he flat out abuses her. Like, he legit almost kills her, saves her, and then later on it's like, I saved your life twice. You owe this to me. She's like, you put my life in danger twice, and people still want.
Owe this to me?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. And everyone wanted them to end up.
There's no relationship Klaus doesn't have that's like romantically implied that isn't a little bit creepy because it's Klaus. Okay,
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna throw that out there.
And what annoys me is that everyone hates on the relationship between Caroline and Stefan, and yes, they had their problems. But the thing about them is that they had this slow burn friends to lovers thing, and everyone's wanting Caroline with the guy who flat out abuses her, when there's this sweet guy who respects her and is there for her. And why does everyone hate this relationship but love her with the abuser? I will never understand. And that's one thing that was so important when I was writing Callista and Joan, because that was the first time the couple was like at the forefront of the story, because the novellas were about them. All my other stories, the couples were always more on the side. So, and I always pay attention wanting my couples to be healthy. You know, even if there was rivalry, even if there was, whatever, they still had this healthy element that was important to me. With Callista and Joan, it was extremely important because they were at the forefront of the story. And so it's very important, like when I wrote the Forbidden novella, I'm sure she knows what I'm talking about, but like having them like, yes, they want to be together, but there's so many obstacles. And even though they love each other, Joan feels like she has a duty, so she can't be with Calista. And Calista feels like even though she loves Joan, she has to do what's best for herself. And being in this secret relationship was putting a pull on her. And so it was very, but they had this healthy communication behind it.
Yes. I feel like a lot of the romance offered while I was growing up often had the woman losing herself, like everything that made her who she was.
Yeah.
Anytime a romantic interest was shown, and I don't know, I think that's a lot of where I came from in the like, I don't like romance, I'm never gonna write romance.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm watching, Jane Austen and stuff like that. But granted, Jane Austen is also a lot of societal commentary rather than just, straight up romance.
I mean, for a long time, you have to remember that there were, that not that long ago, comparatively speaking, there were times when you married someone, you didn't have your name anymore. You were Mrs.
Right.
His first and last name.
Absolutely.
When you think about it, a guy, you call him Mr. no matter what. A girl, it's Miss if you're not married, Mrs. if you are, Ms. if you don't want anyone to know. It's like nobody should know anyways. Why is it anyone's business? It's like sometimes applying to jobs, they'll be like, what's your are you Miss, Mrs.? I was like, why does it matter? For a guy, it's just Mr. And it's like those societal things all over again that's still happening today.
Yeah. And to me, that's what made playing with the power dynamic between Victor and Lucinda so kind of fun.
Oh my god.
Because there's going to be people who are like, well, the husband should be the physical protector. I'm like, the wife can breathe fire.
Yeah, seriously. Oh my god.
I love when
they just. Oh my god.
So him kind of taking on this role of like being like the emotional core, like the one that keeps everybody like okay in that like emotional mental way, just made the most sense for them, and it's fun to play with.
The other thing for me is also the fact that you have this added dynamic to Victor and Lucinda and the idea that they're parents. And one of the things that strikes me as so unique within that dynamic of their relationship too is the level of partnership in that like it really stuck out to me, this idea of like there are times where Lucinda's like, I'm gonna go let over here because clearly she needs you right now, or like and the level of respect, the lack of resentment between like what I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
Well, you also have to think about it in the terms of they were together for a while before Serafina came into the picture. They were together for 2 years. Then they got engaged for like another like year and a half-ish. I have to double check my timeline. And even then, Serafina wasn't an immediate thing. They were married for a couple of years before Serafina came along. So by the time Serafina came along, they'd been together for like 6 years almost. Yeah. So by that time, you kind of knew, like, you're good at this, I'm good at this, Like, the idea of working together was something they had already been doing and been comfortable with. So by the time Serafina happened,
they kind of figured it out.
I mean, parenting is a learning curve, regardless. And I think there's some of that in Victor's intimation of, he's like, parenting doesn't come with a manual, I'm doing my best here.
Which, can we just say, is phenomenal. His best is phenomenal. He needs to win a freaking award for like best dad of the universe or something. Like that's amazing.
I think part of it is that he's, his kind of default thought is like, what would bring me the most comfort if I was in Serafina's scenario? And that works because they are so similar in a lot of very specific ways.
Right.
Like, nobody in the world understands how Serafina thinks better than Victor does.
And I loved in book 3 when everyone got to meet Lucinda, and the amount I swear Jarek said this at least twice, if not more. He was like, "You really do think after your dad, don't you?"
Oh my god.
Yeah, and like Serafina tells them that, and they're like, yeah, okay. And then they meet the mom, and they're like, oh, you're way different. Because because you have to remember, right? Serafina doesn't usually like emote. She's usually like straight faced. There's not a lot of inflection in her voice. It's very hard to read her. That's why a lot of characters comment that she's difficult to read. But Lucinda's like talking with her hands, lots of emotion, like very exaggerated almost. Like she's almost like a cartoon character next to like almost like a Wednesday Addams type of vibe from Serafina. So that's why the reactions are kind of what they are.
Oh my god, that was so much fun to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that was also important to me in the Realm of Monsters was because I feel like there's always this talk about, getting married and having kids, and that's great. And I don't think there's anything bad with that if that's for you. But there's some people that is not. And that was something that was brought up for Kalista, because since before she was even a vampire, marriage and kids were never her thing. She never wanted that. And even when she was with Joan, Joan was okay with that. I don't think Joan particularly wanted it either, because and part of that might have been because of the times they were in. It's not like they could have gotten married and had kids because they were 2 women. And this was like centuries and centuries ago. It just wasn't done. But even though times have changed and Kalista can marry a woman now, she still doesn't want to. She'll have a relationship, but she doesn't want marriage or kids. It's just never been her forte, which is completely fine. And that was an important conversation that she and Roxanne had to have, because Roxanne wasn't sure what she wanted. There was still a lot she was figuring out about herself. And Kalista was like, I like you, but at the same time, marriage, kids, not for me. That's not going to change for anyone, which is a very important conversation.
Yeah.
I really enjoy the way you both tend to subvert the stereotypes when it comes to romances and relationship dynamics and stuff like that. It's such a joy to read.
Well, and it's for me, it's less about subverting and more like showing relationships as they sometimes are. I mean, maybe not everyone is as extreme as the Victor and Lucinda example, but there are some people who, do their own thing despite what like the norms are. Because I have an aunt who's like the main, like income in her household, even though she's married with a husband, and the husband stays home and looked after the kids. That was their dynamic, which is not the one that people were like, oh, that's out of the ordinary. But that was what they did because that made the most sense for them.
I think it's just refreshing to see the idea that it's not this cookie cutter one way to do it type of thing.
Every relationship is as unique as the people who are in it. Everyone's going to have a different dynamic with somebody.
And you can say a similar thing about Sarah and Frau. Frau might be the prince, but he's not a fighter. I mean, he becomes a little more fighter and B because of what happens. He was in the rebellion and everything, but he's still not a fighter at heart,
No, he is.
Especially in An Impossible Dream. But then there's Sarah, who is a fighter. So and I love dynamics like that. It shows that because there is a lot of people that sees like the man is the fighter, the woman is the damsel in distress. And I do love when it showcases that that's not always the case. And it's okay to be the mother that wants to stay at home, but it's also okay to be the father that wants to stay at home. And I love that Freyr is kind of the Frau is kind of the sweet one, whereas Sarah is the more fighter spirits kind of one.
Which is kind of interesting when I was writing An Impossible Dream, because I was so in Sarah's head that I didn't realize how not sweet she could be at times until other readers were like, oh, damn, wow, okay. And I was like, oh, really? I see that now. So, and I have the one work in progress that I'm calling 7 Years Love, which is the combination of Pirates of the Caribbean and Lady Hawk. And what's going to be interesting about that one is you have this relationship that's like well established by the time the story begins, but like the main character made a huge mistake that kind of really affects both her and her love interest. And partly, like, the whole point of the story is trying to fix her mistake, essentially. But it's going to be interesting to showcase the dynamic of that relationship when you have this thing between them, literally between them. So, yeah, that I'm looking forward to doing that and playing around with this idea of a relationship that has been kind of more established and everything. And kind of like, how Lucinda and Victor are well established by the time you get into Seraphina stories. Though it is also an utter delight to read their memories, like when they talk about the first time they met and little things like that.
The proposal story will always be probably my favorite of those.
Yeah.
Because it's ridiculous, but it's very them.
Yes. But I feel like that kind of also goes back into the idea of the uniqueness of relationships and the reality of the diversity between couples or any relationship like that at all. The idea that having it match them is just so great.
Yeah. I love
kind of like how Joan and Calista show their love through daggers.
Yeah. Daggers and white roses that have become their thing. And I love, like, there's so many scenes between them that I love writing, like stuff that's to do with white roses. Like, I know Ellie sent me a picture of a white rose one time. She was like, I saw this and all I could think about was Jolista.
Yep, I will never be able to look at white roses.
All we need to do is just send Ellie pictures of white roses to make her cry.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Like, I love the scene when the white roses first become a thing. I think it might have been the fourth one. I might be wrong, though. And I think it was recruitment mission when they were off doing, recruiting monsters. Yes. And they pick up a white rose, and then Joan says that white roses mean, worthiness, and it's like, you might not think you're worthy, but I think you are. And it was a really sweet moment. And then so it just kind of became their thing to the point where Calista walks into their room, and then there's petals leading out to the roof. So she goes there, and there's like this whole grand gesture, and it was such a beautiful moment.
It was great.
It was definitely their version of a proposal without ever, because they, like I said, they're not the marrying type, but it was their version of, like, I love you, I want to be with you, just let's not put a ring on it kind of thing.
Yeah. I've also really, really enjoy writing tragedy, apparently. Especially in terms of romantic love, there is... you can't quite call it a romance for reasons, because it doesn't end happy, but the love story between Clary and Mulvinius that you get kind of snippets of in Where the Heart Is really becomes discussed in book 4 of the B series, and the effect it has on him, which has also been fun because there's all these characters that have been talked about, like Mulvinius, and a lot of Mulvinius's appearance in Where the Heart Is sort of Clary's imaginings of him, but then to find out, no, he was truly as wonderful as she always thought he was, and then to see his devastation to find out she's gone, because he's waited close to 2 decades to be with her, and there's a moment where he comes into the castle looking for her, and he's there calling her name and everything, and they have to tell him that she's not there, and you've got Leon who's there going, wait, and he's like, I've waited 17 years. It's great. Fabulous. I'm enjoying it greatly.
I'm I'm not ready. Like, I'm going to need tissues, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Because like that, because that would be a tragedy. It's like Cleese and Joan. Like, yeah, they had good moments, but at the end of the day, it was more of a tragedy than anything because their love story was cut short because of what happened. And it's the same thing with Clary. Like,
oh my god.
I don't know if you guys know that much about Henry VIII and his wives, but I've learned more about them since falling in love with the musical. It was so good, and I learned more about them since I found that musical. And the sixth wife, she was engaged to somebody else, but when the king wants you, you really have no choice. So she wrote him a letter, said that I wish I could be with you, but unfortunately, she does end up being able to be with him since she's the one that survived. But she had to go marry the king and be with him, and she didn't think she would ever get to be with him in the end. But thankfully she was. But that could have turned out a lot worse. Look at the other wives.
Yeah, you could lose your head with that kind of stuff. I'm so sorry.
Are you though? Are you though?
But the stuff with Clary you were just mentioning sounds kind of like the sixth wife having to say goodbye to the man that she loved because she had to marry the king.
Yeah. And oh yeah. But I think part of the reason I enjoy writing it is because, you know, the depth of grief is this depth of love, right? Like, it's the price you pay for it. And so, I don't know, there's just, I like emotions.
Yes.
And apparently I like sad emotions.
I mean,
Yeah. So yeah. So that definitely
bring up
gives
lots
off.
of sad emotions in this book.
Yeah, the whole Claire thing definitely gives off a little vibes of the sixth wife there. Hello.
Was there a particular line you guys had written for the sprint or anything like that that you enjoyed? Or
Sure. I mean, there's a couple lines that are fun in here. Let's see. I mean, I have like one really fun line and then like a small section that's just like classic Seraphina and Lucinda. So.
Was there anything you found, Ellie, that you really liked?
I could probably pull something out. Did you want to go first, Alyssa?
Sure. So, a little bit of context. Seraphina has like done her like training spell. So, Lucinda's just asked like, "How are you feeling? No changes to the curse. Everything fine?" So I'm just gonna start reading from Seraphina's response to that. "Like I can do one more," I told her. She chuckled. "Perhaps not today. We have plans tomorrow. Remember?" "No, we didn't. If we did, this is the first I was hearing of it." "What are you planning?" I asked. I wasn't sure if I was in the mood for a trick. I'd barely been in the mood for much of anything all summer. She gasped in that fake dramatic way she did for fun. I waited for her to get it out of her system. "Why do you assume I'm always plotting?" "Because she usually was. I'm your daughter. I just like knowing what we're doing." She rolled her eyes while grinning. "The fair's tomorrow. Going as a family. I meant to tell you." She might have. Or if she forgot to mention it on purpose. It was getting a bit harder to tell with her, but after everything, I still trusted her. "You want cotton candy?" "Always." "I want sour apple popcorn." She made a face at it, not a disapproving one. It was more like she had no idea why my taste buds were like this. For my part, I wondered how her blood didn't turn to sugar at this rate. Perhaps her summon should have been a hummingbird. One of which had grabbed my jacket with its feet and was carrying it over. I grabbed it, harsher than I should have. Nearly hit the bird with how violently I shoved it on. The bird was unbothered by it. No matter what anyone said, my life was no fairy tale. And that's kind of where I ended off.
Nice.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah. So.
Did you have anything, Ellie?
Sure. I might go with the start of the scene. So this is a dream sequence that the character Val has. There was that same yew tree as before, its blackened branches reaching out like sharp and spindly fingers, beckoning Val closer. The rhythmic 3 flip, flip, plops of moisture made her reluctant feet brave at the thought of relief from her parched throat and from the wasteland around her. She stepped through the doorway created in the hollow trunk. This time, instead of blinking to find the once was riverbed, there was a haunting nothingness, the suffocating kind. She grew painfully aware of her own breathing, her heart attempting to escape even the armor she wore. Anything Kai might have said to her suddenly mattered not, nor the thought of disappointing Art. The only thing Val cared about was leaving as quickly as possible. She whipped around but could not find an exit. A cry as primal as the cave was dark sent her fleeing, as thoughtless as Kai always accused her of being. Claws like the yew tree took a vicious swipe. Narrowly she managed to dodge, and this curious beast of the night gave chase. Val's foot caught on something she assumed was a rock and sent her flying, losing her helmet on the way down. And we'll stop there.
Very cool.
So for me, I like these entire chapter because there's this conversation I really like, but I'm not going to read the entire thing because it's kind of long. I'll just read Anastasia's inner monologue. Okay, so I felt tired and defeated. My life has been a series of fights, one fight after the next. What if I'm just done? What if I just give up? Could I? Do I even know how? All the inner battles, the physical battles, it's all just too much for one person. So why do I do it? Because you care, said a small voice in the back of my mind. As much as I wish I could stop caring, stop fighting, I can't. It's true. Despite what I said about the world being broken, I still care about it. It is not my world. These are not my people. But I cannot sit idly by as someone threatens his existence. Xander is the most caring person I have ever met, but do I actually care? Or is it his presence over the past 16 years that made me care? Yes, this rebellion has been going on for over a century, but why did I start it? Was it because I actually believed in saving the human world and all of humanity? I thought of Vivian, despite everything, the human girl I had met just yesterday. She had called me a hero, and I said I wasn't. I guess I always knew I was no hero. I didn't start this rebellion, this war, to save anybody. I did it to stop him, to stop the man that forced me to watch the love of my life get killed, only to murder me hours later. Unlike Xander, I'm not filled with love, but with hate and anger. I want him to suffer the way that he has caused me to suffer. There's no markings of a hero. My one fear is that I will turn into him. Maybe it's already happening, and I don't think I can stop it. I'm just filled with so much rage and bitterness, but Xander cares in a way I did not think was possible.
Nice.
That's wonderful.
Thank
I
you.
can tell I'm already like your characters. And I love the way that you incorporated the whole fairy tale thing into that. That was a nice tie back there.
Well, Lucinda Summon is like a bunch of finches, so it's like just like a bunch of like these swarms of little birds, and one of them is like bringing over Seraphina's jacket that's like hanging up on a tree while they're doing their training. And I'm like, that sounds like something out of a Disney movie. And given like, you know, the conversation that certain characters had at the end of book 6, I feel like Seraphina has opinions on that now that she maybe didn't before.
Yeah, definitely.
The passages were great. I'm actually about to eat, so I think we could end this now. I've had such an amazing time with you guys, and I would love to do this again soon.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this greatly. You both are awesome.
If you guys can always message me asking me about sprints too. If you guys ever want to sprint, you can always say, "Hey, you want to sprint?" And I'll be like, "Sure," and set it up. So
yeah,
sounds good.
Okay, so talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later.
Bye.